Chapter 1599. Huyan was the surname of the Kanglan Empire. It was the royal surname. The golden embroidered robe was a symbol of status. Within the Kanglan Empire, only those who were conferred the title of king could wear it. Chumu knew that within the Kanglan imperial family there was an emperor and 5 grand princes. 4 of the grand princes had the surname Huyan. They were blood brothers of the Kanglan emperor and had the surname King. The other grand prince had the surname King. He was powerful and had made great contributions to the Kanglan Empire. Huyan Ao was one of the 4 grand princes with the surname King. He was also the most low-key hermit king among the 5 grand princes, being a 9-star saint, the bloodline of a saint emperor, and the heritage of the Kanglan imperial family had created his powerful strength. Unlike the other grand princes, Hermit King Huyan Ao was very low-key. When he went out, he usually acted alone. He didn't like to be followed by bodyguards and didn't like to be ostentatious. He was considered an anomaly among the Kanglan imperial family. However, no one dared to criticize or mock him because he was extremely powerful. He was the strongest of the 5 grand princes. Chumu didn't expect that such a low-key and powerful grand prince would pay him a personal visit. However, he didn't feel flattered. There must be a reason for him to pay him a visit at such a time. Although Sect Master Chu is only at the initial stage of the 1-star saint rank, his true strength can easily kill a 4-star saint rank. Since ancient times, I'm afraid no one can match Sect Master Chu's talent. Huyan Ao sat down, and after introducing himself, he smiled as he spoke to Chumu. His smile gave people a feeling of sincerity. His attitude was very peaceful, making people feel that he was someone who could be close to and trusted. Chumu couldn't help but be impressed. Whether it was his actions or his nature, it showed that this person couldn't be underestimated. Compared to those who showed their power, he was more shocking. It was like the restless waves and the undercurrent of the deep sea. One had a shocking power, while the other had a strong foundation and was more powerful. Understanding in his heart, Chumu naturally wouldn't reveal his secret just because he felt that the other party was trustworthy. Ching In King is too kind. Chumu smiled and said, "Let's not beat around the bush. The Battle King School's origin is mysterious, and they must have a powerful backer behind them. That's why none of the first-rate forces in the dynasty dared to make a move against them. They must have some kind of fear. If our True Sword sect destroys the Battle King School, it will be the same as offending the backer behind the Battle King School. This matter won't be settled so easily." Chu Mu's words caused Hidden King Qing to be stunned. He didn't expect Chumu to speak so directly, instead of just being polite and tactfully probing. Soon after, the Hermit King smiled, thinking to himself that he had been in the imperial court for a long time. Most of the people he came into contact with were also people of the imperial court. Although they were all cultivators, the imperial court was still the imperial court. The nature was still somewhat different. Their words and actions would be more tactful and indirect. Very rarely would they directly state their intentions. However, the Hermit King preferred this kind of direct way of speaking. It was not tiring. The Battle King School does indeed have a backer, a very powerful one. Even the Kanglan dynasty is unwilling to make an enemy out of them. The Hermit King also changed his way of speaking and said, "Since the Kanglan dynasty is unwilling to make an enemy out of them, then the Hermit King must have come to drink with me." Chumu smiled. He did not restrain himself because of the other party's identity or cultivation. He had even killed a 9-star saint before. Even though the 4 of them had laid down the true sword formation of the 4 symbols, he was still the one who killed them. "I like drinking," the Hermit King smiled and said. "However, I have another reason for coming to see you." "Please speak, Hermit King," said Chumu. "I've come on the orders of my royal brother," said Huyan Ao. Royal brother was naturally referring to the emperor of the Kanglan dynasty. Coming on the orders of the emperor meant that this was the emperor's intention. "I've come to discuss the matter of being conferred a marquis with Sect Master Chu," said Huyanao. "Conferred a marquis." Chumu was shocked. Different forces had different ways of forming. Sects were the most common, while villas and so on. There were very few forces that existed in the form of an imperial court. In the entire Deep Blue world, the Kanglan dynasty could be said to be the only super first-rate force that existed in the form of an imperial court. The Kanglan dynasty was established by the Saint Emperor and was considered a sacred ground. It had a stronger foundation compared to other super first-rate forces. To be able to hold a position in the dynasty and be conferred an official was the dream of many cultivators. Of course, the officials in the form of an imperial court were different from the disciples and elders in the form of sections. They would not be restricted so much and would have more freedom in comparison. However, there were pros and cons as well. In the Kanglan dynasty, the position of the emperor was the highest. He was above thousands of people, and no one was above him. He was the ruler of the entire dynasty and held the power of life and death. He could decide the fate of countless people with a single thought. Under the emperor were the princes. Under the princes were the marquises. In the current Kanglan imperial family, there was an emperor, 5 princes, and 10 marquises. Every one of them had a noble status, a respected position, and a shocking origin. Among the 10 marquises, 7 of them had the surname Marquis, while the other 3 had the surname Marquis. Chu Mu expected that the other party's purpose in coming was to rope him in. However, he did not expect that they would pay such a huge price. Every marquis enjoyed the status of an imperial court and the treatment of an imperial court. It was enough to make countless cultivators go crazy. Chu Mu was surprised that the position of marquis could not be conferred lightly. If it wasn't for Sect Master Chu's insufficient cultivation, you could even be conferred a marquis, laughed Huyanao. Regardless of whether what the other party said was true or not, their sincerity was indeed shocking. Chu Mu began to ponder. Accepting the title of marquis meant that, in a sense, he would become a part of the Kanglan imperial family. However, this was different from becoming a part of a sect. Compared to other forces, the Kanglan imperial family was more open. As far as Chu Mu knew, in the Kanglan imperial family, many sect masters and elders of first-rate and super first-rate forces had positions in the Kanglan imperial family. The Kanglan imperial family would not force them to do anything. Of course, when necessary, they should also contribute to the imperial family. However, unlike those other forces, this time Huyanao came to discuss with Chu Mu first under the Kanglan imperial family's orders. This was a form of respect. They did not directly issue an imperial edict to confer a marquis. Doing so would be equivalent to coercion. If Chu Mu was willing, it would naturally not matter. However, if he was unwilling to be conferred a marquis, he would resist. In the end, it would be inevitable that he would become an enemy of the Kanglan imperial family. Letting a low-key prince like Huyanao make a move would not cause any unnecessary waves compared to other princes coming with great fanfare. It could be said that the Kanglan imperial family had indeed come with great sincerity. However, with Chu Mu's character, he would not accept if he was alone without any attachments. However, he was not alone now. He was the sect master of the true sword sect. When considering matters, he could not only consider himself, but also the entire true sword sect. He was not someone from the deep blue world. He was only here to complete a mission. Perhaps he would die here, or perhaps he would complete the mission. No matter what, he had to consider the true sword sect. His thoughts turned rapidly as various thoughts flashed through his mind. Rest assured, Sect Master Chu, after being conferred a marquis, you do not need to do anything. Everything will go on as usual. You will have full autonomy. Sect Master Chu can enjoy the offerings of the imperial family. You can also enter the imperial family's sacred land to cultivate. Every 10 years, you can even obtain 10 quotas for the true sword sect's disciples to enter the sacred land to cultivate. Huyanao saw that Chu Mu was considering and knew that this matter might be successful. He continued, "Of course, if the imperial family needs it, I hope you can do your best." "I accept." Chu Mu didn't think for a long time. His thoughts quickly changed, and after analyzing the pros and cons, Chu Mu agreed. Hearing Chu Mu's words, a smile appeared on Huyaneo's face. Finally, this trip was not in vain. After Chu Mu thought about it, he felt that his thoughts were too complicated. In fact, it could be very simple. After being conferred a marquis, the True Sword sect would receive the protection of the Kanglan Empire. Because he was conferred a marquis, the protection the True Sword sect would receive would be greater. The protection of a sacred land was naturally very high. This would be of great help to the rapidly developing True Sword sect. Moreover, even if the True Sword sect regained its former glory one day, it couldn't be the only one standing out. It still needed a sufficiently powerful ally. Currently, the Kanglan dynasty seemed to be a good choice. The current emperor was a very insightful emperor. As for the next emperor, it was something that would happen many years later. No one could predict it, but they couldn't reject everything just because they couldn't predict it. As for himself, as long as he was a marquis in the Kanglan Empire, the True Sword sect would receive protection until they became strong. Thinking about other things, the Kanglan Empire was a sacred land. They were very strong. Even if something happened, they would not need him to do anything. After all, the difference between their levels was too great. Even if they needed him to do something, Chu Mu would not reject it. This was how the world worked. If you wanted to gain something, you had to pay a price. If you got something for nothing, it would make people feel uneasy. "Then, can you tell me the background of the Battle King Sexbacker?" asked Chu Mu. After making a decision, there was no need to go back on it. Imperial Court. Huyaneo said these two words. His tone was deep and powerful. Imperial Court. Chu Mu was shocked. These two words were first heard from the light sword saint, Xia Jinkong. At that time, he knew that the Imperial Court was a very strong power. However, he only heard about it. As for how strong it was, he did not know. He only knew that the Imperial Court was an ancient power created by a saint emperor. Chu Mu knew that he would have a relationship with the Imperial Court sooner or later. The reason was simple: the deep blue god pearl. He was looking for the deep blue god pearl. The Imperial Court was also looking for the deep blue god pearl. They would definitely meet in the end. He did not expect that he had already started to form a relationship with the Imperial Court. Chapter 1600. The Imperial Court was an ancient and powerful force. It was also a mysterious force. Chu Mu naturally couldn't compare to the Kanglan Empire in terms of understanding of the Imperial Court. Through Huyan Ao's explanation, Chu Mu found out that there were 10 kings in the Imperial Court. The founder of the Imperial Court was the Heavenly Emperor. He was a powerful Heavenly Emperor who called himself the Heavenly Emperor. In this era, the Heavenly Emperor was the most powerful expert who was filled with deterrence but didn't reveal himself. They were all in seclusion in pursuit of a higher level. Unless there was something extremely important that could affect them, they wouldn't show themselves. Under the Heavenly Emperor were the 10 kings. It was said that the 10 kings were the successors groomed by the Heavenly Emperor, and they controlled the Imperial Court together. The 10 kings were the 10 kings under the Heavenly Emperor. Each of them was a peerless expert with shocking strength. It was said that in the past, the 10 kings controlled the Imperial Court together. However, different people had different views on the same matter, even if they were all thinking for the Imperial Court. After a long time, it was inevitable that there would be disagreements and disputes between the 10 kings because of their decisions. In the end, it would turn into conflicts and even a huge fight, causing the Imperial Court to suffer great losses. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Emperor appearing at the last moment, the Imperial Court would have been destroyed. After the Heavenly Emperor punished the 10 kings, he set a rule, which was to use a rotation system. The so-called rotation system meant that the 10 kings would take turns to control the Imperial Court. They would rotate every 100 years. After 1,000 years, the Heavenly Emperor would decide which king would develop the Imperial Court faster and which king would develop the imperial court slower and worse. The best would naturally have a reward, and the worst would naturally have a punishment. The punishment was that the worst wouldn't have the chance to control the imperial court, while the best would have an extra chance. In other words, they would be able to control the imperial court for 200 years. Not long ago, it was the new century of the imperial court. The new ruler was one of the 10 kings, the war king. Compared to other kings, the battle monarch was more interested in power. Therefore, he wanted to quickly develop the imperial court. Therefore, he sent out the subordinates he had nurtured since they were young. They were randomly scattered in some regions of the deep blue world, and the Kanglan Empire was one of them. They plundered the resources and sent them back to the imperial court to speed up the imperial court's development. The Battle King sect didn't do anything reckless, and they only targeted third-rate and quasi-second-rate factions. This was because they didn't have any conflicts with the Battle King sect, and because they had a powerful background. Second-rate, quasi-first-rate, first-rate, and even super-first-rate factions didn't do anything to the Battle King sect. No one was willing to offend the ancient imperial dynasty. As far as we know, the Battle King has already sent 10 9-star martial saints over. They will arrive at the real sword sect in about 10 days, Huyeneo said. 10 9-star saints. Chu Mu furrowed his brows, thinking that the imperial court was indeed powerful. They sent out 10 9-star saints the moment they made a move. One had to know that the Shark clan was already enraged by the death of a 9-star saint. One could see how rare and important a 9-star saint was. Just the Shark clan alone couldn't be compared to the imperial court. 10 9-star saints were very powerful, and it wasn't something that the sword formation of the 4 divisions that he, Gulwankong, and the other 3 could fight against. When the time came, they would have to use up one of their chances. Moreover, it was the 4th person in the sword sect spiritual seal, a peerless expert. Chu Mu felt that it wasn't worth it. Sect leader Chu, don't worry. The imperial court will send these 10 people back, Huyeneo said. Since Chu Mu agreed to be conferred the title of Marquis, he was considered a member of the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire wouldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, to put it more bluntly, he had personally come under the Kanglan Emperor's orders to rope in Chu Mu with full sincerity. Since he wanted to rope in Chu Mu, how could he let Chu Mu be killed by the imperial court? At least, it was not allowed within the Kanglan Empire. Isn't the Kanglan Empire unwilling to be enemies with the imperial court? Chu Mu asked. Because of you, Huyeneo said bluntly. Huyeneo said bluntly, I've heard of your talent in my life. It would be an exaggeration to say that it's unprecedented. If you have enough time to grow, even if you can't become a Saint Emperor in the future, you'll definitely be the strongest amongst the peerless experts. Perhaps it won't take too long. We also believe that you're not an ungrateful person. Huyeneo was very straightforward. Chu Mu didn't feel disgusted. Perhaps others would help you for some small matters. But when it came to big matters, they wouldn't do it for free. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chu Mu said. Oh, right, if you're conferred the title of Marquis. What title do you intend to use? Huyeneo asked. True Sword, Chu Mu said. True Sword Marquis, nice to meet you. Huyeneo suddenly clasped his fists and said, Qing Yin Wang, nice to meet you. Chu Mu did the same. The two of them laughed. In terms of status, a marquis was below a prince, but Chu Mu didn't care. Huyeneo didn't care either. For someone who would definitely surpass him in the future. He didn't want to care about the temporary gap in status. Sect leader Chu, the imperial family's reward will be issued this month. The 10 9-star saints of the imperial court will also be stopped outside the empire. Huyeneo stood up and said, However, the empire will stop them on the surface, but I can't guarantee anything in the dark. Sect leader Chu, you can't let your guard down. Take care, Chu Mu said and sent Huyeneo out. Chu Mu also understood Huyeneo's last words. If the imperial court were to come in the dark, the Kanglan Empire would try their best to pay attention. but they couldn't guarantee 100%. After all, an ancient power with a deep foundation might have some unknown methods. If they were determined to take revenge on Chu Mu, the Kanglan Empire might not be able to defend against them. If that was really the case, the Kanglan Empire couldn't be blamed. In comparison between the two kinds of revenge, Chu Mu was more afraid of the revenge on the surface, because it meant that the True Sword sect would be facing an incomparably terrifying enemy. Even if Chu Mu could survive, the True Sword sect would be destroyed. If it was in the dark, it might be better. After all, the revenge in the dark couldn't be done openly. Naturally, it would be much weaker, otherwise it would be easy to be discovered by the Kanglan Empire. Taking a deep breath and looking at Huyen Ao's disappearing figure, Chu Mu knew that from now on, the True Sword sect wouldn't be able to stay out of harm's way. But when he thought about it, it made sense. If any force wanted to survive and become stronger, they would have to go through a lot of things, setbacks and tribulations. Only by going through them would they be able to become stronger and obtain the protection of a stronger force. It was inevitable. Only a superpower or a sacred ground-level power could reach the standard of not needing allies. But that was it. Without an eternal foundation, it would be obvious just by looking at the ancient sacred city. No matter how strong it would be destroyed in the end. The Kanglan Empire didn't force them. Their attitude was sincere and full of sincerity. That was enough. Very few people knew about Huyen Ao's arrival, and very few people knew about his departure. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. The True Sword sect didn't suffer any revenge. Chu Mu knew that the 10 nine-star saints of the imperial court must have been intercepted. Moreover, they didn't enter the Kanglan Empire's territory. Perhaps the Kanglan Empire wasn't as ancient as the imperial court, and its foundation wasn't as deep as the imperial court, but it was still a sacred ground in the end. If the two sides fought, the Kanglan Empire would definitely suffer heavy losses, and the imperial court wouldn't be any better. If the Kanglan Empire was destroyed, the imperial court would lose at least 70% of its strength. With only 30% of its strength left, the imperial court would face the covetous eyes of the other sacred grounds and be destroyed. Moreover, the imperial court with the Battle King alone wasn't enough to make the Kanglan Empire feel apprehensive. Only when the 10 Battle Kings came together would they be able to intimidate the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire dared to come forward because they understood the situation. Of course, if Chu Mu didn't have enough investment value, they wouldn't take the risk of becoming enemies with the imperial court. In the sky, flying ships flew past one after another, rapidly heading in the direction of the True Sword sect. There were a total of 50 shuttle-shaped flying ships. The one in the lead looked the most gorgeous. It was incomparably noble in purple and gold, and had vivid carvings of true dragons. It was the Kanglan Empire's Imperial Court flying ship. It was 100 meters long, and on its left and right in a trapezoidal formation, there were 24 10-meter-long flying ships each. At the end, there was also a 100-meter-long flying ship. This was the Kanglan Empire's flying ship fleet. The Imperial Court's flying ship fleet didn't have any concealment. Wherever it passed, it immediately caused a huge commotion. It was rare for the Kanglan Imperial Court to send out flying ships like this. Every time they did, it meant that something big was going to happen. This flying ship fleet was the Kanglan Empire's reward team. Their destination was the True Sword sect. As the person who came in contact with Chu Mu, the Hermit Prince was the official in charge of this reward. Within the True Sword sect, Chu Mu accepted the Kanglan Empire's reward and was conferred the title of True Sword Marquis. He became the 11th Marquis of the Kanglan Empire and also the 4th Marquis with a different surname. From now on, Chu Mu would possess an extremely high status within the Kanglan Empire. No one could easily offend him. Even experts who were stronger than Chu Mu would have to think twice when considering some conflicts of interest. True Sword Marquis. The content of these 3 words wasn't just for show. They were real. When the news of Chu Mu accepting the Kanglan Empire's conferment of Marquis spread out. It caused a huge commotion within the Kanglan Empire. If the true sword sect was said to have only received a little care from the Kanglan Empire before, then the true sword sect in the future would be heavily protected by the Kanglan Empire. To a large extent, becoming enemies with the true sword sect was equivalent to offending the Kanglan Empire. A rapidly developing true sword sect that received the protection of a sacred ground could be imagined. In the future, a powerful force was rising rapidly and would eventually form a strong alliance with the Kanglan Empire. Everyone in the outside world was shocked. While the elders and disciples of the true sword sect were shocked, they also felt happy. Their sect master was conferred the title of Marquis. From now on, the true sword sect would have a more stable footing within the Kanglan Empire. It would develop faster, and its status would be higher. As a member of the true sword sect, they would share in the glory. Chapter 1601. Sharp people seemed to have a dog's nose. They immediately sensed that something was amiss. The Kanglan Empire bestowed the title of True Sword Marquis to Chu-Mu. This undoubtedly revealed that the Kanglan Empire wanted to rope in Chu-Mu to resist the imperial court's revenge. "I never thought that the Kanglan Empire would do such a thing," said an elder of the Tianyuan Palace. "That's normal. The current Kanglan Emperor is a man of great talent and vision. He's willing to accept the world. For someone like Chu-Mu, who can kill a 4-star saint as a 1-star saint, it's completely worth it for him to pay a huge price to rope him in." The Grand Elder of the Tianyuan Palace said, "The true sword sect's development is ferocious, and they have a monstrous genius like Chu-Mu as their sect master. I can foresee that he'll be a future expert. If it weren't for the fact that our Tianyuan sect's foundation isn't enough to contend against the imperial court, the palace master would definitely take action to rope in Chu-Mu. It seems like the Kanglan Empire's interference is the reason why the 10 9-star saints of the imperial court returned without any results. I can foresee that the true sword sect will become the mainstream for a period of time in the future. In the future, if nothing unexpected happens, the true sword sect will also become a first-rate sect, standing on the same level as our Tianyuan Palace. I feel that it's better to provide timely assistance than icing on the cake. The current true sword sect is still relatively weak. It's in a period of rapid development. It's a sect of the Kanglan Empire, just like our Tianyuan Palace. The sect master of the true sword sect and our palace master can be considered officials of the same empire. Speaking of which, they can also form an alliance with our Tianyuan Palace. Facing a rapidly developing sect with limitless potential, those powerful sects would usually adopt 3 methods to deal with them. First, eliminate them while they're still weak, so as to prevent the experts from competing with them for resources when they grow up. Second, provide timely assistance, leaving behind a debt of gratitude, or even form an alliance to watch over them. In the future, when they develop, they'll become true allies, advancing and retreating together. Seventh and third, ignore them. This was usually because the distance was too far or the nature was different. It seemed that the Tianyuan Palace, the only first-rate sect of the Kanglan Empire, was prepared to choose the second method. It had to be said that this was a very wise choice. Within the true sword sect, Chu-Mu was currently organizing the treasures bestowed by the Azure Water Imperial family. Being conferred the title of Marquis wasn't just a title and status. It also had something substantial, which was cultivation resources. Chu-Mu couldn't help but sigh, as expected of an ancient holy land. Their foundation was unfathomable, and the rewards for becoming a Marquis were plentiful. The most basic elemental core was still a superior grade elemental core. There were a total of 1 billion of them. There were pills that were suitable for Nirvana realm experts, and there were even pills that were suitable for low-level and mid-level Saint realm experts. Saint-level medicinal pills were all very precious. In addition, there were 30 sky-piercing Saint swords, many precious ores used to forge the swords, and many spirit herbs. There were also 10 cultivation techniques and 10 sword techniques. There was also a secret technique that could increase one's cultivation base. It was suitable for saint-level experts to cultivate. After cultivating it to perfection, it could increase one's strength by 10 times. There was also a treasure called Elemental Gathering Tower. The Elemental Gathering Tower was a cultivation secret treasure that was used to aid cultivation. There were a total of 3 levels. The first level had twice the yuan qi of the outside world. The second level had twice the yuan qi of the outside world. And the third level was the highest, with 4 times the yuan qi of the outside world. Not only was it effective for cultivators below the nirvana realm, it was also effective for low-level saint-level experts. With these, the cultivation resources of the True Sword sect had increased by a lot. At this moment, Chu Mu had the Elemental Gathering Tower in his left hand. The Elemental Gathering Tower was only the size of a palm, and it was surrounded by a layer of yuan qi fluctuations. In Chu Mu's right hand was a black wooden tablet. On one side of the wooden tablet were 2 raised words, beast taming. On the other side of the wooden tablet was a carving of a 2-headed dragon. One of the dragon's heads was ice blue, and the other was fire red. The scales on its body were also intertwined with ice blue and fire red. The beast taming tablet was a secret treasure as well. It was an extremely rare secret treasure that could capture and seal spiritual beasts within. When necessary, the spiritual beasts could be released and controlled by the owner of the tablet. Chu Mu cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the black tablet. At the same time, he sent a strand of his soul into it. Immediately, a close connection was established between him and the tablet. Come out. With a shake of the tablet, he sent his sword Origin into it. Immediately, the tablet shone brightly. At first, it was a smear of black light. Then, within the black light, a streak of ice blue and fire red light shot into the sky. A figure seemed to shoot out from the tablet, rapidly expanding nearby. Afterwards, 2 intertwining dragon roars rang out. One was explosive, like a volcano erupting, while the other was frigid, like 1,000 kilometers of ice. Chu Mu stared at the thing in front of him in a daze. It was a 2-headed dragon. Both heads looked ferocious and domineering. One was fire red, and the other was ice blue. Their bodies were covered in scales, intertwined with fire red and ice blue. The main hall of the True Sword sect was very large. It was over 100 meters wide. However, the 2-headed dragon couldn't straighten itself. It had to bend. Chu Mu estimated that it was over 150 meters long. Once the ice and fire dual-headed dragon appeared, it let out a dragon roar and turned its head. Its 4 huge eyes were filled with a ferocious and ruthless glint as it stared fiercely at Chu Mu. It looked as if it could attack Chu Mu at any time and eat him up, yet it seemed to be worried about something. Chu Mu knew that the ice and fire dual-headed dragon was wary of the beast taming card in his hand. He had already dripped blood on it and was the owner of the beast taming card. The ice and fire dual-headed dragon was enslaved by the beast taming card, which meant that it was indirectly enslaved by Chu Mu. No matter how fierce it was, it couldn't attack Chu Mu. On the contrary, Chu Mu could use the beast taming card to punish it. Peak 7-star Saint. Chu Mu didn't care about the 2-headed dragon's ferocious eyes. He sensed the fluctuation of its aura and nodded. With your 2-headed dragon strength, you should be able to rival or even defeat regular 8-star early-stage saints. The 2-headed dragon's eyes were still ferocious. There was no other reaction. I know that you can understand me. Chu Mu spoke as if he was minding his own business. High-rank spirit beasts all had high intelligence, especially the dragon species. They were even more intelligent and could understand human language. Let's make a deal. Chu Mu continued. You will do your best to protect the True Sword sect for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I will give you freedom. At that time, you can choose to stay or leave, but you can't be an enemy of the True Sword sect. Hearing Chu Mu's words, the two-headed dragon was stunned. The ferociousness in its eyes weakened and was replaced by doubt and disbelief. Of course it was intelligent. Since it was captured by human experts and sealed in the tablet, it knew that its future was to become a battle beast of the human race. If it resisted, it would be punished and tortured. Unexpectedly, this new master seemed to be different from its previous master. He actually wanted to make a deal with it. Its first reaction was disbelief and doubt. There is no need to doubt. The true sword sect in 1,000 years will already have a 9-star saint. But you may not be able to reach the 9-star saint level after 1,000 years. Chu Mu saw the doubt in its eyes and said, Chu Mu didn't know what would happen in 1,000 years, but he was confident. So, after 1,000 years, whether you stay or leave is up to you. The ice-fire, two-headed dragon kept staring at Chu Mu. Chu Mu's expression was sincere, and his eyes were pure. His deal was sincere. The ice-fire, two-headed dragon kept staring at Chu Mu, and its gaze gradually softened. I will trust you this time. The ice-fire, two-headed flood dragon said. It was the mouths of the two heads that were moving. The ice-fire, two-headed flood dragon had two heads, but only one consciousness. You should find a place to cultivate in the true sword sect. Chu Mu said, stay here and don't come out. If a high-level saint invades the true sword sect, you can eliminate them. After 1,000 years, I will set you free. Okay. After giving Chu Mu a deep look, the two-headed dragon's body flashed and turned into a stream of icy blue light. In the blink of an eye, it shot out of the sect hall and disappeared. At this time, a few elders quickly went in and looked around, but they didn't find anything. Sect Master, we heard a dragon's roar just now. An elder said doubtfully, it's just a treasure. Chu Mu smiled and didn't tell the truth. He didn't want the people of the true sword sect to rely on the two-headed dragon. He didn't want them to slack off. Let's go and settle down this Yuan gathering pagoda. In the future, the disciples will have another place to cultivate. Chu Mu changed the topic. He led the elders out of the sect master's hall and looked around the sect master's peak. Finally, they chose a place. He injected the divine wilderness sword essence and spiritual energy into the Yuan gathering pagoda. The pagoda trembled and flew up. It expanded rapidly in the wind and slowly landed on an empty ground a few hundred meters away. With a boom, the ground trembled. The 3-story Yuan gathering tower, which had become very big, fell down as if it had taken root in the ground. Waves of qi spread out, and the heaven and earth Yuan qi was attracted to it, rushing into the Yuan gathering tower. The Yuan gathering pagoda could automatically absorb the Yuan qi of heaven and earth from the surroundings and store it in the pagoda for people to cultivate. However, although the absorption speed of the Yuan gathering pagoda was fast, if there were too many people cultivating, the supply would not meet the demand and would require extra Yuan Dan to replenish. Elders, the Yuan gathering pagoda only allows Nirvana realm disciples and low-level saints to cultivate, but it will consume Yuan Dan. Therefore, you have to pay a corresponding amount of sect contribution points to be able to enter. As for how long you need to cultivate on each level and how many sect contribution points you need, I will leave it to the elders to discuss. Chu Mu said he was the sect master and shouldn't worry about such things. Yes, sect master. The elders readily agreed. Chapter 1602. Glancing back at the true sword sect, Chu Mu boarded the flying ship and turned into a streak of light, leaving quickly. After accepting the Kanglan dynasty's reward, another 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, a large amount of cultivation resources had allowed the true sword sect to rapidly and steadily develop. With the Yuan gathering tower, the cultivation speed of the core disciples had increased even further. In just 3 months, the entire true sword sect gave off a completely new feeling. As the saying went, people were in high spirits when faced with joyous events. The various events that had happened recently had its ups and downs, but the final outcome made everyone happy and excited. It also greatly motivated everyone. Their spirits had clearly increased, and their cultivation had become more motivated. Lord Sect Master has left. It's not like he's leaving forever. He'll be back soon. Looking at the flying ship leaving, the disciples of the true Sword Sect looked up at the sky. I heard that this time the Kanglin imperial family invited Lord Sect Master over. Of course, our Sect Master is the true Sword Marquis now. He's one of the only 11 marquises in the Kanglin dynasty. The disciples' voices were filled with pride. It's those guys. They make people feel disgusted. Saying that, a disgusted look appeared on their faces. I told them long ago. They'll definitely regret it. They're regretting it now. At this moment, a large group of people were kneeling outside the True Sword Sect's mountain gate. There were at least a few hundred of them. Their faces were filled with annoyance and regret. Some of them even looked as if they had committed a heinous crime. The 4 core disciples guarding the mountain gate had cold expressions. Disgust flashed in their eyes. Ever since Chu Mu was made a marquis, the True Sword Sect received the protection of the Kanglin dynasty. The Kanglin dynasty resisted the imperial court's revenge. Not only was the True Sword Sect safe, but it also entered a period of stable and rapid development. It had an unstoppable momentum, and it was inevitable that it would become stronger. In addition, the Kanglin dynasty's super first-rate faction, the Tianyuan Palace, also sent an envoy over with a large amount of cultivation resources. It was clear that they wanted to befriend the True Sword Sect. Although the Tianyuan Palace was not as strong as the Kanglin dynasty's experts, and even weaker than the imperial court's experts, it was still a super first-rate faction. It was the strongest faction in the Kanglin dynasty apart from the Kanglin imperial family. The True Sword Sect had received the support and attention of the Tianyuan Palace and the Kanglin dynasty. Seeing this, seeing the boundless future, those who had taken the initiative to leave the True Sword Sect all regretted it. Some of them even shamelessly returned to the True Sword Sect in an attempt to re-enter. However, Chu Mu had ordered them to stay outside the True Sword Sect. No one was allowed to enter the True Sword Sect for any reason. Those who gave up on their sect at a critical moment, no matter how talented they were or how powerful they were unreliable people. They were completely despicable and not worth making friends with or paying attention to. Chu Mu was sure that if these guys were given a chance to rejoin the True Sword Sect and become the disciples of the True Sword Sect, then the next time the True Sword Sect encountered a strong enemy and was unable to resist, they would definitely escape in the face of danger and repeat the same thing. No one would be willing to spend the sect's resources to nurture a bunch of ingrates. However, these people were unwilling to give up. They all knelt outside the True Sword Sect, expressing their regret. They hoped to re-enter the True Sword Sect, hoping to use their sincerity to move the sect master. Unfortunately, from the moment they walked out of the True Sword Sect, Chu Mu had already made the decision to never recruit them. Even those related to them would not be considered by the True Sword Sect. This was the price they had to pay. This matter had happened for a period of time. When it spread, the people of the Kanglin dynasty also learned of it. There were all sorts of discussions. Some people sympathized with these people, feeling that how could people not make mistakes? Admitting their mistakes and giving them a chance to turn over a new leaf was the right way to go. There were also people who believed that those who gave up on their sect at a critical moment had extremely bad temperaments and should not be given a chance. No matter how they looked at it or argued, they were unable to influence Chu Mu's decision. This flying ship belonged to the Kanglin dynasty. Its interior was extremely luxurious, and Chu Mu was currently seated within. He sat on a soft beast skin cushion. In front of him was an amber-colored fine wine, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. Beside him stood 2 beauties in palace attire. They were even twins, and they had a bashful look on their faces. This was simply enjoyment. However, Chu Mu was someone who did not like women. He only liked the things in his cup. Therefore, he ignored the beauties on his left and right. Instead, he was interested in the things in his cup. After cultivating in the true sword sect for another 3 months, an envoy from the Kanglin imperial family arrived. He invited Chumu to visit the Kanglin imperial family, saying that there was an important matter. Chumu thought for a moment. Since he had accepted the title of Marquis, then going to see the Kanglin emperor was also right. There was a very long distance from the true sword sect to the Kanglin imperial capital. However, the Kanglin imperial family's flying ship was extremely fast. It only needed around half a month to arrive. In this half a month, Chumu naturally stayed within the flying ship. Whether it was cultivating or teasing beauties, it was all up to him. In the Kanglin imperial capital, in an extremely luxurious restaurant, there was a luxurious room with grand decorations. I heard that the newly conferred Marquis is on his way here. A young man with a jade-like face smiled and said, when he said the word Marquis, there was not the slightest bit of respect in his tone. It is said that this true sword Marquis is very powerful. As a 1-star beginner saint, he can instantly kill a 4-star saint. After wearing a strange armor, he can even kill a 6-star saint. I really want to see it for myself. A fat man narrowed his small eyes and sighed. A 1-star beginner saint killing a 4-star saint. I'm afraid he used some kind of secret treasure. A young man with thin cheeks snorted coldly, looking very unconvinced. Even if he used some kind of secret treasure, this true sword Marquis talent must be extraordinary. He is definitely a monstrous genius. I wonder if he is stronger or weaker than that person. Compared to that person, he is much weaker. There were a total of 7 or 8 young men in this room. Each of them had a different temperament and appearance, but the robes they wore were not ordinary goods. Their temperament was also incomparable to that of ordinary people. It was obvious that they came from extraordinary backgrounds. They could be considered as the 2nd generation of officials in the Kanglin imperial capital. Each of them was either the son of an important official of the imperial court or the son of a marquis. They were all people who could do whatever they wanted in the imperial capital. The topic of their gathering this time revolved around the new marquis. Do you guys think that the true sword marquis arrival in the imperial capital this time will bring about unpredictable changes? It's hard to say. It depends on what kind of person the true sword marquis is. If he is passionate about power, there will be a storm in the imperial capital. If it is the opposite, there shouldn't be any changes. The imperial capital was a place where power was concentrated. If he was passionate about power, he would have to start from there. In the imperial capital today, the division of power had already ended. Who had how much power had already been fixed. If someone wanted to interfere, it would definitely affect the power held by others. If something was in one's hands, no one would let someone else take it away unless they were willing. It would inevitably lead to a conflict, and it would probably cause a disturbance in the imperial capital. That was because this was a marquis, one of the only 11 marquises in the Kanglin imperial capital. We still don't know what kind of person the true sword marquis is. However, this time he did not come to the imperial capital on his own accord. He was summoned, the handsome young man said with a smile. According to what I know, the true sword marquis is here for the quota. Quota? What quota? Everyone was stunned. Soon after, someone's eyes widened. Could it be that quota? That's right. After a few hundred years, that secret realm is about to open again. The 10 quotas are extremely precious. Looking at the situation, this new marquis is very likely to get a quota. The newcomer wants a quota? Isn't he afraid of not being able to leave alive? Everyone sneered. This is not something we should be thinking about. Anyway, none of the 10 quotas will fall into our hands, a lazy young man said casually. The secret realm only opened once every few hundred years, and each time there were only 10 quotas. There were many people who had their eyes on those 10 quotas. There were many people who had higher status and strength than them. The competition was extremely fierce. It was impossible for them to get one of the 10 quotas. That's right. It won't fall into our hands anyway. Let's drink, let's drink. Everyone changed the topic. However, just because it wouldn't fall into their hands, did it mean that they wouldn't be tempted? Half a month's time passed in a flash. The flying ship stopped somewhere in the imperial capital. The door opened, and the messenger brought Chumu out of the flying ship. It's been a while since we last met. The true sword marquis is even more elegant than before. A person walked towards them with a smile. Greetings, Hermit King, Chumu said. This was the imperial capital, and Hermit King was a prince. He was above a marquis, so he naturally had to give him face. No need to be so courteous. Hermit King also understood the rules. Previously, he was worried that Chumu wouldn't know the rules after arriving. He didn't care, but it was inevitable that some people with ulterior motives would think about it. It would be unnecessary trouble. Initially, he summoned Yi Shiwen, this time to give him some benefits. However, although those benefits would eventually fall into his hands under the emperor's decree, there were many people who were unconvinced. There were probably many people who wanted to cause trouble for him. The emperor wouldn't stop them. The opportunity was given to him. Whether he could keep it or not was his own problem. Of course, the older generation couldn't interfere. This was also the rule. Now that he saw Chumu's demeanor in the true sword sect and another demeanor after arriving here, the Hermit King nodded to himself. Only a person who knew when to yield and when not had great wisdom. Let's go. My royal brother wants to see you, Hermit King said. Hermit King's royal brother was the Kanglan Emperor. This was the first time Chumu was going to see the Kanglan Emperor after coming to the Kanglan dynasty. Logically speaking, he should feel nervous and excited. However, Chumu's expression didn't change. His eyes were calm, and his attitude was calm. It was as though his status was equal to the Kanglan Emperor. Hermit King couldn't help but nod to himself. Chapter 1603. The first time Chumu met the Kanglan Emperor was not in the imperial court, because it was too formal. The imperial court of the Kanglan Empire was mainly the place where the Kanglan Emperor met the officials. Chumu was a noble, so he was not part of the officials. It was a kind of status. In front of him was a gurgling stream, and to his left and right were fake mountains and forests. The Kanglan Emperor sat in the pavilion. His back did not look strong, but it had a powerful aura. He was high up, overlooking the common people. The true sword marquis is younger than I thought. The Kanglan Emperor turned his head and looked at Chumu. In an instant, Chumu had an illusion. This was an emperor who controlled life and death, descending from the 9 heavens. Fortunately, Chumu's primordial spirit had reached the 3rd level, and after a few months of cultivation, it had improved quite a bit. He woke up in an instant and bowed with his sword. The true sword marquis greets your majesty. Greetings, royal brother. Huyaneo also bowed. As a noble or a prince, they did not need to bow to the emperor, but they could not be rude. Chumu was never a member of the imperial family, so he naturally bowed with the sword cultivator's etiquette. The sword cultivator's etiquette was also called sword etiquette. It could be divided into 4 types: first sword etiquette, second sword etiquette, third sword etiquette, and first sword etiquette. Usually, the first sword etiquette was used for peers, the second sword etiquette was used for seniors or people stronger than them, and the third sword etiquette was used for seniors or people stronger than them. It was more formal than the second sword etiquette. The last sword etiquette was the most formal of the 4 types. The Kanglan Emperor was the ruler of a sacred land, and he was a powerful 9-star saint. No matter in which aspect, he was many times better than Chumu. In a sense, he could be considered Chumu's superior, so Chumu naturally chose the sword etiquette. Royal brother, true sword marquis, no need for formalities. The Kanglan Emperor said seriously. He seemed to understand that Chumu was not a person who liked to beat around the bush. The Kanglan Emperor only said a few words of courtesy before getting to the main topic. This was the main topic, and also the reason why Chu Mu had been summoned here from the True Sword sect. A 100-year secret realm? Chu Mu asked, puzzled. The 100-year secret realm is a unique secret realm left behind by the founder of the dynasty, the Kanglan dynasty. It opens once every few hundred years, and it only opens for one day. The hidden Qing King explained to Chu Mu on behalf of the Azure Billow Emperor. The 100-year mystic realm accumulates a special kind of energy. We call it the mystic realm's energy. After several hundred years of accumulation, the mystic realm's energy can only be opened. At most, 10 people can enter. The mystic realm's energy will be depleted, causing one day in the outside world to be 100 years in the mystic realm. A day in the outside world is equivalent to 100 years in the secret realm. Chu Mu was shocked. Based on the flow of time in the 100-year secret realm was tens of thousands of times faster than the outside world. One day of cultivation in the 100-year mystic realm is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation. This is the wonder of the 100-year mystic realm, Hermit King said. Chu Mu's eyes couldn't help but emit a trace of fire. One day of cultivation was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation. The more opportunities like this, the better. However, there are restrictions in the 100-year secret realm. Hermit King continued. The cultivation of those who enter cannot be too low. They must be at least in the eternal ancient realm. Otherwise, they will not be able to withstand the mystic realm's energy and will die in the mystic realm. However, their cultivation cannot be too high, or it will consume too much of the mystic realm's energy, causing the mystic realm to become unstable. The most suitable cultivation for entering the 100-year secret realm is from the early first heaven of the eternal ancient realm to the peak third heaven of the eternal ancient realm. Moreover, the mystic realm only contains the mystic realm's energy and no other energy. Therefore, if you want to use the mystic realm to increase your cultivation as quickly as possible, you can only cultivate by consuming elemental elixirs or absorbing energy stones. However, the opportunity to enter the mystic realm is rare. It is almost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Usually, it is not used to increase cultivation, but to comprehend and cultivate other things. The mystic realm's energy can make it easier for people to enter a state of cultivation and better comprehend, Hermit King said. Chu Mu nodded. On the path of cultivation, if one was talented enough, they only needed to spend time and energy to increase their cultivation. However, comprehending other aspects not only required time, but also opportunities. Sometimes, when comprehending a mystic technique or a realm, one would be stuck and could not make a breakthrough even after spending decades. Sometimes, one could succeed after sudden epiphany, and no one could say for sure. The mystic realm's energy could make it easier for people to enter a state of cultivation, better comprehend, and improve their state of mind. It was definitely more cost-effective than using it to increase cultivation. It could be said that entering the 100-year secret realm was equivalent to having an extra 100 years of cultivation. However, only one day had passed in the real world. Does it mean that the 100-year secret realm can only be opened for one day, regardless of whether there are 10 people or one person entering? Chu Mu asked. That's right. Hermit King nodded. Chu Mu agreed. Otherwise, if the mystic realm's energy could be used for 10 low-level martial saints to cultivate for one day, it would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for one low-level martial saint. One day was 100 years. 10 days were 1,000 years. If a talented low-level martial saint entered and cultivated for 1,000 years, he would definitely be many times stronger than before after coming out. It was equivalent to having an extra 1,000 years of cultivation time compared to people of the same generation. It was not difficult for the Kanglan royal family to select a top-notch genius. There might even be a demon-level genius. With an extra 1,000 years of cultivation time, he would be much stronger than his peers and even surpass many of the older generation. The 10 spots for the 100-year secret realm have basically been decided. The true Sword Marquis will get one," the Kanglan Emperor said. Chu Mu was not surprised. If he was not given a spot, there was no need to specially summon him from the True Sword sect and explain the 100-year secret realm to him in detail. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chu Mu saluted with his sword again. "With your talent, you are qualified to receive it." The Kanglan Emperor accepted it calmly and said at the same time. He was broad-minded and did not exclude Chu Mu just because he was not from the Kanglan royal family. Of course, if Chu Mu was not willing to accept the title of Marquis, it would be a different story. Accepting the title of Marquis was equivalent to being on their side. Of course, they would have to nurture him better. True Sword Marquis, although one of the 10 spots is yours, it is not absolute. The Hermit King said again, "There are many geniuses who want to enter the 100-year secret realm. There are only 10 spots. The other 9 are from the royal family and have a strong foundation here. True Sword Marquis, although you are a noble, you are newly conferred and do not have enough power. You do not have a strong foundation in the royal capital. Naturally, there will be many people who are not convinced. They will definitely provoke you and fight for your spot. This kind of fight is a direct competition for the royal family. My brother has always advocated it. Therefore, you can only deal with it yourself." The Hermit King continued. The Kanglan Emperor did not say a word. However, True Sword Marquis, you can rest assured. The older generation is not allowed to make a move or play any tricks. When Chu Mu heard the Hermit King's words, he immediately understood. If the older generation was not allowed to make a move, then it would be a competition between people of the same generation. They were not allowed to play tricks, but open schemes were allowed. Schemes and tricks were only temporary. Only strength was eternal, even in the royal court. One had to know that the Kanglan Empire was an empire established by the Sage Emperor and not an imperial court of mortals. In the imperial court of mortals, what was more important was wisdom. To put it bluntly, it was strategy. And the Kanglan Empire was a power of experts. It required a certain amount of strategy, but it also required great strength. The reason why the Kanglan royal dynasty could be so powerful and have the courage and strength to fight against the royal court was also because of the Kanglan Emperor's strategy. A good leader would make a power stronger, and vice versa. Thinking of this, Chu Mu couldn't help but admire the Kanglan Emperor even more. This was a senior worth learning from. The opening of the 100-year secret realm will take at least 7 days, and at most 10 days. The Kanglan Emperor said, "True Sword Marquis, stay in the True Sword residence for a few days first. Someone will inform you when the secret realm opens. If True Sword Marquis feels free, you can also go to the royal court's treasury to take a look." The Kanglan Emperor said, vaguely wanting to chase him away. "True Sword Marquis, let's go. I'll bring you to the newly built True Sword residence. You'll definitely be satisfied." The Hermit King smiled. When Chu Mu heard this, he realized that the Kanglan royal family had built a residence for him. The Hermit King brought Chu Mu out of the royal palace and headed in a direction. Not long after, they arrived at a brand new residence. The walls of the residence were red, but it wasn't dazzling. Instead, it looked very grand. The front yard was very spacious, like a training ground. Behind it was the reception hall. There were side halls, bedrooms, gardens, balconies, etc. The residence didn't take up a lot of space, but it was enough for Chu Mu. Moreover, the architectural style inside was also something that Chu Mu liked. It was simple, grand, and had a sharpness to it. Clearly, the person who built this residence put in a lot of effort and could see the attitude of the Kanglan royal family. In the residence, the housekeeper, servants, and maids came out to pay their respects to Chu Mu. These people were all arranged by the Kanglan royal family. Since Chu Mu didn't plan on staying here for long, he didn't plan on choosing his own residence. Moreover, this place needed someone to clean it up. Otherwise, no matter how good the residence was, it would be a pity if it wasn't taken care of. As a new marquis, You can choose 3 treasures from the royal court's treasury. The Hermit King said. What does the royal court's treasury contain? Chu-mu asked. A lot. There are cultivation methods, secret techniques, sword techniques, and spells. There are also spiritual medicines, pills, ores, secret treasures, and everything else. The Hermit King said, Let me know when you want to go. I'll take you there. Why don't we go now? Chu-mu said. Chu-mu thought that since it was the royal court's treasury, there would definitely be good things. Perhaps there might be something suitable for him. Even if he couldn't find something suitable for him, it would be good to find something suitable for the development of the true sword sect. Since that's the case, let's go. The Hermit King smiled. Therefore, Chu-mu had to leave just as he entered his new residence. Chapter 1604. The treasury of the Kanglan Empire contained the treasures that the Kanglan Empire had accumulated over the years. The preciousness of the treasures was relative. The treasures in the treasury of the Kanglan Empire were indeed very precious to forces below the quasi-first rate. However, to first-rate, super-first-rate forces, they were not that precious. The treasures that were truly valuable, and even super-first-rate forces would treat them as treasures, were kept in the secret vault of the treasury. There was a keeper in the treasury. He was an old man at the level of a 9-star saint. Greetings to the Hermit King. The keeper saw Huaneo and immediately bowed. This is the true sword marquis. The Hermit King introduced Chu-mu. Greetings to the true sword marquis. The keeper bowed to Chu-mu. Chu-mu bowed to the keeper with 2 swords. The keeper opened the door of the treasury, and the Hermit King led Chu-mu into the treasury. The treasury is a general term. The treasury is divided according to the types of treasures. Cultivation techniques and secret techniques are categorized into one category. Spiritual medicines and pills are categorized into another category. Ores and secret treasures are categorized into another category. The Hermit King explained as he led the way, We are going to the secret vault. It is the core of the treasury. The secret vault is also categorized like the treasury. However, it is much smaller than the treasury. After all, high-value treasures are not that easy to obtain. Chu-mu nodded and followed the Hermit King through the treasury in a straight line. They advanced rapidly. At the same time, he released his consciousness to observe the surroundings. He could not help but be surprised when he scanned the various treasures. It was indeed the treasury of the Kanglan Empire. The treasures collected by a holy level force made the true sword sect pale in comparison. Even some first-rate forces could not be compared to it. Furthermore, this was only the treasury. There was an even more core secret vault. Chu-mu could not help but look forward to the secret vault even more. Not long after, Chu-mu followed the Hermit King to a thick and heavy door. The door was bronze in color, and there were countless patterns on it. It looked very mysterious. Those who did not have a strong primordial spirit would feel confused if they stared at it. The thick bronze door was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Huyen-ao, the hidden king of Qing, made his move. His hands turned into blurry afterimages as he rapidly slapped the bronze door. Almost at the same time, he slapped out dozens of palms. Even with Chu-mu's vision, he could only catch a dozen or so palms. The bronze gate of the secret storehouse trembled, followed by countless ear-piercing, creaking noises. The gate slowly opened to the left and right. "Let's go," the Hermit King said as he led Chu-mu into the secret storehouse. The door to the secret storehouse naturally closed. As soon as he entered the secret vault, Chu-mu had a feeling that came from his sharp intuition. There seemed to be no one guarding this place. But in fact, there were experts overseeing this place. If anyone dared to mess around in the secret vault, they would definitely be looking for trouble. Elder Su, this junior has brought the newly conferred true sword marquis to the secret vault to select treasures, Huan-ao suddenly said. "Only 3. An aged voice rang out. It was as if it had pierced through time and space. It was impossible to tell where it had come from. Yes, Huyan Ao bowed very respectfully. Elder Su is an elder of the royal family. Ever since I was born, he has been guarding the royal family's secret vault. He is a peerless expert, Huyan Ao said to Chumu. Chumu nodded. With a peerless expert overseeing the vault, unless a sage emperor took action, it would be impregnable. However, with the dignity of a sage emperor, would he be so shameless as to steal from someone else's vault? True, Sword Marquis. That side stores cultivation methods and secret techniques. That side stores secret treasures. That side stores treasure pills. That side stores rare treasures. The Hermit King pointed in 4 different directions and said, "I'll wait for you here. You can only choose 3. All right." Chumu nodded and walked in the direction of the cultivation methods and secret techniques. Currently, there were not many cultivation methods that could attract his attention. He could give up on cultivation methods that cultivated elemental energy. The divine wilderness sword art was very powerful and did not require other elemental energy cultivation methods. Sword techniques could also be given up. The sword universe and top sword forms were enough for Chumu to comprehend and cultivate. He could also give up on cultivation methods that cultivated the sage body. It was not that he did not need them, but that there was no suitable one. This was because Chumu's sage body had 4 types of powers and could only be created by himself. That would undoubtedly require a large number of sage body cultivation methods to study. Even if it was any good, it would be a waste. Chumu's focus was on secret techniques. He did not need secret techniques that could raise his strength. He had them himself and the true sword sect. When he was conferred the title of Marquis in the Kanglan Empire, he was rewarded with 1. Chumu also had 2 among the spoils of war. That was enough. The most important thing was the Yuan spirit secret technique. The mystical 3rd revolution was only a level 3 Yuan spirit secret technique. Chumu felt that it was too low and needed a higher level Yuan spirit secret technique. As for the Yuan spirit defense secret technique, the rainbow ring was enough for now. The soul-piercing needle for the Yuan spirit attack secret technique was also at level 3, which was not enough. As for the Yuan spirit support secret technique, it would be excellent if he could obtain it. But no matter what, the Yuan spirit level was the foundation. Therefore, Chumu prioritized the Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique. He gave up on the other cultivation methods and focused on the Yuan spirit secret technique. As expected of the imperial family's secret vault, there were indeed Yuan spirit secret techniques. However, Chumu only found the Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique, the Yuan spirit attack secret technique, and the Yuan spirit defense secret technique. As for the most precious Yuan spirit support secret technique, he did not see it. Perhaps the Kanglan Empire did not have any Yuan spirit support secret technique. After all, it was very precious and rare. Perhaps there was but only one. Because it was too precious, it was not placed in the secret vault. Since there was no Yuan spirit support secret technique, Chumu looked at the other Yuan spirit secret techniques. There were a total of 12 Yuan spirit cultivation secret techniques. The lowest was level 3 and the highest was level 5. Different Yuan spirit cultivation secret techniques had their own unique effects. There were a total of 9 Yuan spirit attack secret techniques. The lowest level was level 3 and the highest level was level 5. The most precious Yuan spirit defense secret technique only had 5. The lowest level was level 2 and the highest level was level 5. There was only one level 5 secret technique. After a glance, Chumu did not look at the Yuan spirit defense secret technique. Even the highest level 5 secret technique could not compare to his rainbow ring. Chumu was also very tempted by the 2-level 5 Yuan spirit attack secret techniques. However, he did not choose immediately, because he only had 3 chances and could only choose 3 treasures. What he saw now was only the 4 corners of the secret vault. There was still a triangle that he had not seen. Looking at the Yuan spirit cultivation secret techniques, there were a total of 3 level 5 secret techniques. Chu Mu chose one of them for the time being. He left the corner and walked to the other corner. The items stored in this corner were elixirs and elixirs. They were extremely old elixirs and elixirs that were 50,000 years old, 100,000 years old, or even 200,000 years old. They were not very attractive to Chu Mu. As for the elixirs, they were also extremely precious. For example, elixirs that were suitable for high-level martial sage experts to use to increase their cultivation level. Elixirs that aided in the cultivation of the Yuan spirit. Elixirs that accelerated the recovery of the Yuan spirit. Elixirs that could increase one's strength tenfold in a short period of time, and so on. As he looked, Chu Mu did not make any choice and walked to the 3rd corner. The 3rd corner was a secret treasure. There were secret treasures similar to the Yuan Gathering Tower. Secret treasures like the Beast Taming card, and even spiritual swords. Chu Mu even saw a few Yuan spirit secret treasures. The 4th corner, which was the last corner of the secret vault, stored rare treasures. The wind essence, the fire essence, and the dark essence of the 3 heaven and earth essences leaped into his eyes. Immediately, Chu Mu's breathing quickened. The 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique required 8 kinds of heaven and earth essences. In addition to the 5 elemental essences, it also required wind, thunder, and ice essences. At present, Chu Mu had the wood element origin. He had lost half of it last time, but now it had recovered. However, if he wanted to cultivate the 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique, he would need to use it all. Therefore, he had to let the wood element origin continue to grow and become stronger. This was because the amount of essence consumed for the 2nd level was not only more than the 1st level, but also more than the 1st level. In addition to the wood element origin, there was also the thunder essence. There was nothing else. If he could get his hands on the wind soul essence and the fire soul essence, he would have 2 more things. He still needed 4 more things. Moreover, the fire soul essence and the wind soul essence were enough for him to cultivate the 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent. As for the dark essence, it was one of the essences of the heaven and earth essences required for the 3rd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique. He had not even found the 2nd level, so the 3rd level was too far away. Even if I obtain it, I won't be able to use it for the time being. I don't know when I will be able to gather the other essences. Chu Mu thought to himself. He wasn't even sure if he could gather all the essences of the heaven and earth essences required for the 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique during the time he was in the deep blue world. As for the other treasures, although they were precious, they couldn't be compared to the essences of the heaven and earth and were relatively easier to obtain. After visiting all 4 corners, Chu Mu was in a difficult position. The Hermit King had a smile on his face. He could understand Chu Mu's current mood and feelings. There were so many treasures that could be used. However, he could only exchange for 3 of them. Therefore, he had to make a choice between the 3. It was undoubtedly a heart-wrenching choice. As a matter of fact, the Hermit King had also experienced this heart-wrenching choice. As a prince and the younger brother of the Kanglan Emperor, he had a status and identity that ordinary people didn't have. Furthermore, he was extremely powerful. Even so, he couldn't obtain treasures from the secret vault without any restrictions. The stronger the force, the stricter the rules. Otherwise, nothing could be accomplished without rules, and it would be chaotic. For example, a prince could obtain 5 treasures from the secret vault for free. Although it seemed like a lot, there were only 5 princes in the entire empire. Therefore, there were only 20 treasures in total. On the other hand, a marquis could obtain 3 treasures for free. Including Chu Mu, there were a total of 11 marquises in the Kanglan Empire. In other words, there were 33 treasures. 33 plus 20 would make a total of 53 treasures. The treasures in the secret vault were far more than that. The Hermit King knew Chu Mu's current mood. While he was gloating, he was also pondering what choice Chu Mu would make. Of course, he didn't make any suggestions because it would only interfere with Chu Mu's train of thought. It was better for him to think clearly about what he wanted. Chapter 1605. Within the secret vault, it was silent. Hermit King kept his smile and looked at Chu Mu, who was deep in thought. He was not impatient because he knew that such a choice was very important. Chu Mu was the master of a sect. Therefore, he should consider more when making a choice. After all, the treasures brought out could not only be used by him, but also by the sect. After 15 minutes, Chu Mu still had not come to a decision. The treasures that he was interested in were far more than 3. This was also the first time in his life that he had to make such a difficult choice. Chu Mu raised his head and saw Hermit King not far away. Suddenly a thought struck him. "Hermit King, do you have any suggestions?" Chu Mu asked. "I don't have any good suggestions," Hermit King said. He did not take the initiative to give suggestions, but it was different when Chu Mu took the initiative to ask. If it's difficult to choose, then choose what you need the most. In addition, there is another way to obtain more treasures. "What is it?" Chu Mu asked immediately. "Exchange," Hermit King said. "Marquis can obtain 3 treasures for free. If you want more treasures, then exchange with equivalent value." Exchange with equivalent value. Chu Mu felt as though a door had been opened in his mind. He did not feel strange or conflicted about the exchange of equivalent value. After all, it was already good to be able to obtain 3 treasures for free. As for reaping without sowing, everyone naturally hoped that the more the better. However, that was impossible. To reap, there must be a price to pay. This was an unchanging principle in the world. For a master of a sect like Chu Mu, he clearly understood this point. Otherwise, how could a sect survive and become strong? Just nurturing disciples was enough to exhaust all the resources. In the end, the entire sect could not sustain itself and would be disbanded. There was no conflict. Chu Mu was thinking about what to exchange for. Sword Universe? Obviously, it was very valuable. Chu Mu also believed that once Sword Universe was out, it could definitely be exchanged for more treasures. However, he would not exchange it because it was the inheritance of the true God Sword sect. It was where his roots were. Even if he could not obtain a single treasure, Chu Mu would not exchange it. As for those top-notch sword moves, it was more or less the same. Then, what about the demon subduing vambrace, the mask of black gold, and the heavenly puppet? The idea was immediately rejected by Chu Mu. Each of the 3 treasures was more precious than the last. The demon fighter vambrace could greatly increase his strength. It would be a waste to use it in exchange. If that's the case, I'll use the rainbow ring to exchange for it. Chu Mu made his decision. The rainbow ring was a level 7 yuan spirit defense secret technique. It was impossible to find such a secret technique in the entire Kanglan Empire. Even in the entire Deep Blue world, there were no more than 10 level 7 yuan spirit defense secret techniques. If Chu Mu was willing to auction this rainbow ring, he would definitely reap great benefits. He could even gather all the essence of heaven and earth needed for the 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret method. He could also obtain other things. For each level of a Yuan Spirit secret technique, there was a huge difference in value. If he auctioned it, he could indeed reap great benefits. However, it was accompanied by great risks. There would definitely be many people eyeing it. By then, not only would he be in trouble, but so would the true sword sect. Such trouble wasn't something the Kanglan Empire or the Heaven Sword Saint Venerable could handle. However, I'll only use the first 6 rings. Chu Mu made his decision again. The rainbow ring was level 7, while the 6th ring was level 6. It was 1 level higher than level 5, but its value was much higher. Thinking of this, Chumu lifted his head and looked at the Hermit King again. "Your Excellency, Hermit King, if you want exchange, how should we do it?" Chumu asked, "What do you want to exchange for it?" Without waiting for the Hermit King to answer, an old voice sounded. It was the old man who guarded the secret treasury, a level 6 yuan spirit secret technique. Chumu said, "A level 6 yuan spirit defense secret technique." The Hermit King's eyes widened, showing that he was extremely shocked. He didn't hear wrongly. Chumu was talking about a level 6 yuan spirit defense secret technique. In the entire royal family's secret treasury, there were only 5 yuan spirit defense secret techniques. Moreover, only one of them had reached level 5. In theory, level 6 was only one level higher than level 5. However, the difference was like heaven and earth. Level 5 represented a level 5 yuan spirit, while level 6 represented a level 6 yuan spirit. The difference of one level was huge. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator had to have a level 4 yuan spirit to become a 7-star saint. However, it was very difficult to raise the yuan spirit. Most 9-star saint experts only had level 5 yuan spirits. Only peerless experts could reach level 6. As for level 7, it was the level of a silver yuan spirit, which was the level of a saint emperor. In other words, level 6 yuan spirit secret techniques were at the level of peerless experts to a certain extent, while level 7 yuan spirit secret techniques were at the level of a saint emperor. Of course, some yuan spirit cultivators with powerful souls might possess level 6 yuan spirits when they were at the 9-star saint level. However, no matter what, the higher the level of a yuan spirit secret technique, the higher its value. The difference of one level was immeasurable. The Hermit King wanted to see what Chumu would offer in exchange, but he didn't expect it to be a level 6 yuan spirit secret technique. Moreover, it was a very precious yuan spirit defense secret technique. He was stunned, and his thoughts seemed to have frozen. Old Su didn't say anything for a while. Clearly, he was also shocked. A level 6 yuan spirit defense secret technique is extremely valuable. Old Su's old voice sounded again, but it was slower. He seemed to be thinking as he spoke. Other than the 3 treasures that you obtained for free, you can still choose 10 more. 10. The Hermit King had just woken up, but he was stunned again. 10 treasures. The treasures in the royal family's secret treasury weren't ordinary treasures. Every treasure that was taken out would cause a huge commotion. They were extraordinarily valuable, including the 3 treasures that he obtained for free. Chumu could obtain a total of 13 treasures. Of course, among the treasures in the royal family's secret treasury, some treasures were more valuable than others. For example, the yuan spirit secret technique. A level 2 yuan spirit defense secret technique naturally couldn't be compared to a level 5 yuan spirit defense secret technique. If there was a more detailed division, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome and difficult to do. After all, as long as one wasn't a fool, one wouldn't give up on a level 5 yuan spirit defense secret technique for a level 2 one. In addition, one naturally had to choose the most suitable treasure. The most suitable treasure wasn't necessarily the most valuable treasure. However, no matter how valuable a treasure was, if it wasn't suitable, it would be in vain. Because of this, Old Su had defined the exchange amount of 10 treasures. Chumu thought about it and agreed. It was fair to exchange a level 6 yuan spirit defense secret technique for 10 treasures. Moreover, he could choose freely. As for the level 7 yuan spirit defense secret technique, he could definitely exchange it for more treasures. However, Chumu didn't need all the treasures. He only wanted those that were suitable for his sex development. The quota of 13 treasures increased by 5 times. Chumu was relieved. Finally, he didn't have to be in such a difficult position. However, before the exchange, Chu still had to take out the Yuan spirit defense secret technique. A piece of white jade fell from the sky. Use your God's soul power to record the level. 6 Yuan spirit defense secret technique, Old Su said. After Chu caught the white jade, his God's soul power seeped into it. It consolidated into a sword and started recording. The first 6 rings of the rainbow ring started from the first ring until the end of the 6th ring. As for the name, Chu didn't use the rainbow ring or the 6 colors ring. Instead, he changed the name to the 6 colors ring. Soon he was done recording. He tossed it up again and disappeared. After a while, Old Su's voice was heard again. The deal is done. You can choose your treasure now. The Hermit King looked envious. There were 10 treasures. The quota of 13 treasures was quite sufficient. Chu had also looked through all the treasures in the secret vault. He already had a conclusion in his heart. First, there was a level 5 Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique. He immediately picked it out. Then, there was a level 5 Yuan spirit attack secret technique. The fire spirit essence, wind spirit essence, and dark spirit essence were all selected. In this way, Chu was left with 8 treasures. The Heart Refining Valley was a secret treasure. It couldn't help with cultivation, but it could train one's spiritual will and determination. There were many temptations and dangers in the path of cultivation. If one couldn't stay true to himself, it was easy to get lost in it. In the end, his cultivation would be gone. Therefore, not only did cultivators have to improve their cultivation and strength, but they also had to focus on training their determination. This was indirectly beneficial to becoming a saint-level expert in the future. It could even be of some help to the cultivation of the Yuan spirit, although it wasn't obvious. The Wild War Hall was a secret treasure, like the Yuan Gathering Tower. However, the Yuan Gathering Tower was used to cultivate Yuan Qi, while the Wild War Hall was used to cultivate one's physique. The True Sword Sect was a sword cultivation sect. It could cultivate Yuan Qi and also cultivate one's physique. In this way, Chu was left with 6 treasures. Compared to the previous 3 treasures that he racked his brains to choose, his thinking was different now. He was considering what was more suitable. For example, those Yuan spirit elixirs or elixirs were also very good. When they reached a certain amount, they could be considered as treasures. However, they were considered as consumables. Once used, they would be gone. Therefore, Chu wasn't in a hurry to make a choice. He just had a backup plan. There were a total of 7 spiritual swords. 6 of them were low-grade spiritual swords. Only one of them was middle-grade, but it was an ordinary middle-grade spiritual sword. However, even a low-grade spiritual sword was extremely valuable. Therefore, Chu chose the middle-grade spiritual sword, which was called the Blazing Brilliance spiritual sword. After obtaining the Blazing Brilliance spiritual sword, Chu only needed to refine it. In the future, he would be able to use 2 spiritual swords to fight. With 2 spiritual swords in hand, he would be even more powerful. Chapter 1606. In the True Sword Residence, Chu was sorting out the loot from the Imperial Treasury. There were a total of 13 treasures. A level 5 primordial spirit cultivation mystic technique, called the Hanging Moon mystic technique, could be cultivated from level 1 to level 5. It had 2 characteristics. The first was a recovery characteristic similar to the Mystic Thought's 3rd transference. However, the Mystic Thought's 3rd transference accelerated the recovery of the power of the primordial spirit by 30%, while the Hanging Moon mystic technique accelerated the recovery by 50%. The second characteristic was the absorption of moonlight to accelerate the cultivation of the primordial spirit. There were 2 ways to cultivate the primordial spirit. The first was the primitive method, which was to improve naturally through the passage of time. It was very slow and required a very long time to be effective. Furthermore, it was easy to reach a bottleneck and make it difficult to break through. The other method was to cultivate the primordial spirit mystic technique. It was faster and more effective. It was also easier to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. Among the cultivation mystic techniques, some were more ordinary and did not have any characteristics. They were the lowest in value. If they had one characteristic, they were relatively more valuable. If they had two characteristics, they were even more valuable. Different characteristics had different values. For example, the accelerated recovery characteristic was a relatively common one. After all, it would only accelerate the recovery when using the mystic technique. The characteristic of absorbing the power of the moon to aid cultivation was relatively rare. In other words, when using the hanging moon mystic technique, the cultivation speed of the primordial spirit would be normal. However, once the night moon mystic technique was activated and absorbed the power of the moon, the cultivation speed would increase. A 30% increase was very shocking. The other primordial spirit attack mystic technique was called the soul splitting wheel. The cultivation of the soul splitting wheel was to condense the power of the primordial spirit into the shape of a flywheel. The flywheel was the soul splitting wheel. The soul splitting wheel was different from the soul piercer. The soul piercer was needle shaped and was used for stabbing, while the soul splitting wheel was used for cutting. The level 1 soul splitting wheel was about the same in power as the level 1 soul piercer. The level 2 and level 3 soul splitting wheel were similar as well. However, the difference was that the level 2 soul splitting wheel could split into two, level 3 soul splitting wheels 3, level 4 soul splitting wheels 4, and level 5 soul splitting wheels 5. Without a doubt, Chumu would no longer cultivate the mystic thought third rotation and the soul piercer with these two level 5 primordial spirit secret techniques. After all, although it wasn't said that one could only cultivate one soul piercing secret technique, both the soul piercing needle and the soul splitting wheel were the same type of soul piercing secret technique. Cultivating one soul piercing secret technique was enough. Cultivating two soul-piercing secret techniques would undoubtedly consume more soul-piercing secret technique, so it wasn't worth it. The fire soul essences, wind soul essences, and darkness soul essences were stored in his portable mini-space first. Refining Heart Valley and Wild War Hall were also stored in their portable mini-space. The Blaze Brilliance Spirit Sword was prepared to be refined. As for the other 5 treasures, Chumu chose respectively Pill Accumulation Pool, Energy Gathering Array, Octagonal Heavenlock Array, Illusory Space, and God's Will Stone. Originally, Chumu planned to choose 1 or 2 elemental spirit pills, but he gave up because of the other treasures. He had to make a choice between the 5 spots. The final 5 treasures were all chosen for the true sword sect. The Pill Accumulation Pool nurtured elemental elixirs. An inner core was a highly concentrated condensation of the chi of heaven and earth. It was formed by powerful cultivators who absorbed the chi of heaven and earth at a deeper level. It could be used for cultivation as energy for formations, flying ships, and so on. It could also be used as currency. It was very versatile. If the true sword sect wanted to develop, it naturally needed to consume a large number of elemental elixirs. Although the true sword sect now had a rich reserve of elemental elixirs, which was enough to surpass some quasi-first-class forces, it would be exhausted one day. It was indeed feasible for cultivators to absorb the chi of heaven and earth to condense elemental elixirs, but it would consume the cultivator's cultivation time. With the Pill Accumulation Pool, this problem could be easily solved. The Pill Accumulation Pool absorbed the chi of heaven and earth to nurture elemental elixirs. This Pill Accumulation Pool could nurture upper-grade elemental elixirs at most. There was no way to nurture supreme-grade elemental elixirs, but upper-grade elemental elixirs were enough. With sufficient chi of heaven and earth, the Pill Accumulation Pool could nurture 10,000 upper-grade elemental elixirs every day. 10,000 upper-grade elemental elixirs did not sound like a lot, but it was a daily production. If this continued, it would be 100,000 in 10 days and 1 million in 100 days. Such a production could now meet the daily consumption of the True Sword sect, and there would be a little surplus. However, as the True Sword sect grew, it would gradually be unable to keep up, but at least it would share some of the pressure. The energy gathering array could be said to be a supporting part of the pill accumulation pool. As the name suggested, it could better gather the chi of heaven and earth, so that the chi of heaven and earth where the energy gathering array was located would be richer than in other places. It would be more helpful for cultivation, and the pill accumulation pool could absorb enough chi of heaven and earth every day. When the energy gathering array was set up, its range of influence could reach a diameter of 100,000 meters. The chi of heaven and earth within 100,000 meters would be gathered, and the chi of heaven and earth outside would naturally flow to replenish it. Because the energy gathering array was very difficult to make, it was also a great treasure. Thinking about it, the pill accumulation pool could produce 10,000 upper-grade elemental elixirs every day, and the energy gathering array could double the chi of heaven and earth in the True Sword sect. Then, the chi of heaven and earth on the first floor of the energy gathering tower would be twice the outside of the True Sword sect. It would be 4 times the outside of the True Sword sect. Cultivating in such an environment would be faster and more efficient. The eightfold Skylock formation was a large-scale defensive formation. The True Sword sect's formation was not powerful enough. After all, there were no formation masters in the True Sword sect. Although Chu Mu was proficient in breaking formations, he was not good at setting them up. The eightfold Skylock formation was a very powerful defensive formation. Once it was activated, it could lock down the world within the formation, making it impossible for people to fly. Even 9-star saints would be affected greatly. As long as he brought the eightfold Skylock formation back and set it up in the True Sword sect, the True Sword sect's defense would immediately increase by several levels. It would be able to withstand the attacks of 9-star saints. With the energy supply of the energy gathering array, it could be activated for a longer period of time. The illusory death space was also a kind of cultivation holy land. It was like the heart refining valley and the battle-crazed hall. The heart refining valley was used to train one's will and willpower. The battle-crazed hall was used to refine one's physique. The energy gathering tower was used to cultivate yuan qi. As for the illusory death space, it was used to train one's strength in life and death battles. Entering the illusory death space to fight with illusions and be killed was not a true death. However, it was still a life and death battle. It could be used to accumulate experience in life and death battles. It had an irreplaceable effect on one's comprehension of battle techniques and sword arts. The heart refining valley, the battle-crazed hall, the energy gathering tower, the illusory death space, and the puppet cave. All the cultivation, holy lands of the True Sword sect were basically gathered here. Of course, it was not perfect. It still needed some cultivation holy lands, but it had surpassed many quasi-second-rate forces. Adding the profound Yang Sword realm, it was enough to surpass quasi-first-rate forces. The last one was the Godswill stone. It was not a small stone. When it was erected, it was about 5 meters tall and 50 centimeters wide and thick. It was a very magical stone. The Godswill stone could emit a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was very obscure and difficult to sense. Moreover, it would cover a certain range. The living beings under the fluctuation would be affected by this strange energy fluctuation. Unknowingly, they would temper their willpower. Willpower was extremely important to cultivators. Perhaps it could not be directly reflected like cultivation, but it affected the life of a cultivator. It was an important and indispensable link. Without a strong enough willpower, one would not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, the Godswill stone could also be effective on the primordial spirit of a saint-level expert, although the effect was not as obvious as that of a nirvana stage cultivator. However, under the influence of the Godswill stone's energy fluctuation, it would be 50% faster. In other words, it would take 100 years to break through to the next level. But under the influence of the God's Will Stone, it would only take 75 years. If there was a Yuan spirit cultivation secret technique, it would also increase the cultivation speed by 50%. Under the influence of the God's Will Stone, it would take 7.5 years instead of 10 years. Of the 13 treasures, Chu Mu's previous choices were all suitable for him. For example, the Level 5 Primordial Spirit Cultivation Secret Method and the Level 5 Primordial Spirit Attack Secret Method were suitable for him and also suitable for the sex inheritance. The fire, wind, and darkness essences were completely for him to use. The blazing spiritual sword was also for him to use. The Heart Refining Valley Wild War Hall, Pill Accumulation Pool, Energy Gathering Formation, Octagonal Spacelock Formation, Illusory Death Space, and God's Will Stone were all prepared for the True Sword Sect. Chu Mu also knew that he could not stay here and develop the True Sword Sect forever. Therefore, it was necessary for him to leave behind a sufficient foundation for the True Sword Sect. At the very least, the True Sword Sect would be able to develop more stably after he left. As the master of a sect, his considerations were very correct. He was very thoughtful and did his best. The first thing Chu Mu had to do was refine the blazing spiritual sword. Only then would he be able to unleash its power. He took out the blazing spiritual sword. The blazing spiritual sword was about the same length as the eternal spiritual sword. The blade of the blazing spiritual sword was fiery red and seemed to contain a scorching heat. In fact, the blade of the blazing spiritual sword did indeed contain a shocking temperature. Nirvana realm cultivators would be burnt to a crisp if they touched it slightly. However, to Saint realm experts, such a high temperature could only make them feel a little hot. Dripping blood, the power of the soul fused into the blood and landed on the blazing spiritual sword. With a sizzling sound, bursts of white smoke emerged. However, the blood did not evaporate. Instead, it fused into the blazing spiritual sword bit by bit. Spiritual swords had their own spirituality. It was not easy to refine an ownerless spiritual sword. The stronger the spiritual sword, the stronger the resistance. Now, Chu Mu was facing resistance. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough and the power of the soul was strong enough. He forcefully fused that bit of blood into the blazing spiritual sword. The spiritual sword had a core. Driven by the power of the soul, the blood entered the spiritual sword and went straight to the core. Chapter 1607. Marquis, someone outside has delivered a golden invitation. The steward of the True Sword Mansion handed a stack of invitation cards to Chu Mu. "Put it down," Chu Mu said casually, concentrating on wiping the sword in his hand. The blazing glory spirit sword had been successfully refined. After the refinement, the spirit of the sword seemed to be a little stronger, and the red color on the sword seemed to be purer, as if it was cast from a ruby. Wiping the sword was also a way to familiarize oneself with the sword in hand. For a sword cultivator, it was a kind of enjoyment. The steward put down the invitation cards in his hand, bowed and left. After wiping for a while, Chu Mu carefully looked at every part of the blazing glory spirit sword and revealed a satisfied expression. Although the spirit sword that he had nurtured was the most suitable spirit sword, it was not easy to nurture a spirit sword. On the contrary, it was very difficult. Therefore, before he nurtured a second spirit sword, it was very necessary to find another one to use first. The blazing glory spirit sword was a mid-grade spirit sword which was enough for Chu Mu to use. With a light wave, the red sword light tore through the void, and waves of scorching heat spread out. Soon after, the blazing glory spirit sword disappeared. Chu Mu picked up the invitation cards at the side and opened them one by one. There were a total of 15 cards. The content was either direct or tactful, but the meaning was similar. That was, they had taken a fancy to Chu Mu's quota for the 100-year secret realm, and hoped that Chu Mu would voluntarily give up this quota, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The signatures were all names that Chumu did not recognize. After reading it, Chumu laughed and threw all of these posts to the side, not bothering with them. The hidden Qing king had already told him before that many people would not accept the quota that he had obtained and would certainly make trouble for him. The Kanglan emperor would not care about this, and even had the intention to encourage it. There were also restrictions. If one wanted to obtain a quota, it had to be a competition between people of the same generation. The older generation was not allowed to interfere, nor were they allowed to use any tricks. Otherwise, it would be breaking the rules, and breaking the rules would result in a heavy price to pay. Competition between people of the same generation? Chumu didn't care at all. In his generation, most of them were still in the Nirvana realm. Only a few geniuses could reach the eternal realm. Even so, they were only in the lower stages of the eternal realm. Moreover, the upper limit for entering the 100-year secret realm was the peak of the third heavenly layer of the immemorial realm. Therefore, those who wanted to compete for the quota in Chumu's hands were at the peak of the third heaven of the 10,000 ancient realm. No matter how strong they were only comparable to an ordinary 5-star saint realm expert. Has the invitation been sent? In a luxurious restaurant, more than 10 people were gathered in a room. There were both men and women. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," a young man said. After the door opened, a man with a sword on his back walked in. "Young master, young masters, and young mistresses." He bowed to the dozen or so people in the room. "Has the invitation arrived?" A young man in a loose robe was half lying on a soft fur-lined chair. His eyes were half opened as he asked casually, "All 15 invitations have been sent." The man with a sword replied respectfully. The guard replied respectfully, "I also waited there for an hour, but there was no reply." "Oh, there's no reply." Someone put on a playful smile. "It seems that our newly conferred true sword marquis has already adapted to the role of a marquis." The strange words were full of sarcasm. "You're just the sect leader of a quasi-second-rate force. You're only a 1-star saint. I wonder where you got your secret treasure from. You think you're a monster of the ages just because you were able to kill a 4-star saint? You think too highly of yourself. What should we do? Go directly to his door and drag him out? Let him know the truth? That's too barbaric. Only a barbarian would do that. Make it difficult for him to move around in the imperial capital. Then he'll obediently hand over the quota. If he stays in the mansion and doesn't come out, how can we make it difficult for him to move around? We just have to wait until the 100-year secret realm opens." For a moment, no one had a better idea. This newcomer didn't know the rules at all. How dare he ignore them? "Go again. You must meet him face to face and tell him who we are." The half-lying young man opened his eyes and said with a glint in his eyes, "Yes." The guard with a sword on his back bowed and left for the true sword mansion again. Just then, Chumu walked to the back garden. "Marquis, the personal guard of young Marquis Huyen Jinjia, requests an audience." The housekeeper came again. Behind the housekeeper was a man in his 30s with a sword on his back. Of course, Chumu knew from the fluctuations of his aura that he was a mid-level saint realm expert. He wasn't as young as he looked. He was hundreds or even thousands of years old. Chumu's brows immediately creased. This housekeeper didn't seem to know what was good for him. No matter what, he was the housekeeper of the true sword mansion. How could he bring someone in without his permission? Since he had already brought someone in, why did he need to report it? It was unnecessary. What Chumu didn't know was that, as a newly conferred marquis, he didn't have much power. The title of Marquis of the True Sword was more of a title than a status. At least, that was how it was in the eyes of many people. In the imperial court, status was closely related to power. Of course, it was also closely related to strength. If Chumu was a high-level Saint Realm expert, the significance would be different. Unfortunately, he was only a 1-star Saint Realm expert, and only at the initial stage of the 1-star Saint Realm. It was because of this that Chu Mu, the Marquis of the True Sword, was not so valued. As for the housekeeper, he had been in the imperial court since he was young and had been influenced by what he saw and heard, so he was very clear about the rules. Subconsciously, he didn't pay too much attention to Chu Mu, the mansion lord. To put it nicely, it meant that he hadn't realized it yet. To put it bluntly, it meant that Puda wanted to bully his master. Chu Mu didn't understand the twists and turns, but he knew that the housekeeper's method was very inappropriate. There won't be a second time, Chu Mu said lightly. The housekeeper was stunned and didn't react for a moment. However, Chu Mu wouldn't explain it to him. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Chu Mu looked at the guard. Marquis of the True Sword, you must have seen the posts of my young master. The middle-aged guard with a sword on his back took 2 steps forward and looked Chu Mu up and down. There was no respect in his tone at all. Are you a prince? Chu Mu asked in reply. No. The guard didn't understand, but he still answered. Are you a marquis? Chu Mu asked again. No. The guard's tone was a little impatient. You're not a prince, nor a marquis. You're obviously not the Kanglan Emperor. Chu Mu said. The guard suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The Kanglan Emperor, the high and mighty one. And you don't have a status comparable to a marquis. You're just a guard of a young marquis who hasn't received a title, but you don't care about me. In other words, you're looking down on the Kanglan Emperor? The last sentence made the middle-aged guard's face lose all color. He became pale and trembled all over. Cold sweat flowed down his face. The housekeeper on the side also trembled and felt scared for no reason. It sounded very plain, but it gave them a feeling as sharp as a sword. Every word was like a sword, unavoidable and piercing their hearts. It was hard for them to bear. Looking down on the emperor. What a heavy sentence. Once it spread outside, whether it was true or not, he would die without a doubt. Not only would he die, but even the people related to him wouldn't have a good ending. It was true that he was broad-minded, but at the same time, the dignity of the emperor couldn't be offended. Unknowingly, Chu Mu only said 2 sentences and he was brought in. He couldn't refute it, and he couldn't refute it. Indeed, no matter how young the true sword marquis was, no matter how powerless he was still a marquis personally bestowed by the Kanglan Emperor. Other marquises could look down on him because their status wasn't lower than his, and they even had more experience than him. But he, the young marquis guard, did not have this qualification. Young marquis was just a nicer title, because he was the son of a marquis, a son who was highly valued. He was called young marquis. In reality, he didn't receive any rewards, and his status was far from being a marquis. Why aren't you kneeling? Chu Mu shouted. In an instant, it was as if thunder had exploded in his ears. In the roar, the middle-aged guard couldn't help but tremble. His eyes became chaotic, and he directly knelt down. The housekeeper on the side also did the same. Just like that, the 2 of them knelt in front of Chu Mu. When they knelt down, they finally reacted. Bring this card to Huyen Jingjie. Tell him that it's best if he doesn't open it, or he will be injured. Chu Mu waved his hand, and a card flew out and landed in the middle-aged guard's hand. You can leave now, Chu Mu said again. After saying that, Chu Mu turned and left. Indeed, the other party was a 6-star saint expert, but he had been wandering in the ranks of power for many years, and his indomitable spirit had long been worn away. Even if he had talent, his life's achievements were only SOO. There was no need to treat such a person seriously. As for the so-called young marquis, it was a joke. Looking at Chu Mu's back, the middle-aged guard wanted to stop him, but his voice was stuck in his throat. He suddenly had a feeling that the young marquis had done something wrong this time. This is the card he asked you to bring back? Huyen Jingjie, the young marquis, who was the half-lying young man, casually asked after receiving the card. Yes. The middle-aged guard hurriedly bowed, but he didn't dare to say what had happened before. He also said that it's dangerous to open it, and it's best not to open it. Young Marquis, quickly open it and take a look. Someone at the side laughed. Huyan Jingjie laughed and opened the card. The moment the card was opened, Huyan Jingjie's eyes suddenly widened. He was stunned, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His expression became uglier and uglier. Shortly after, he let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body shook violently. His eyes bulged, and his head tilted back. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he slowly fell backwards. Young Marquis. When the people at the side saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They were incomparably shocked. Chapter 1608. The imperial capital could be considered big, but it could also be considered small. Anything that happened among the nobles would quickly spread unless it was purposely kept a secret. There were more than a dozen witnesses to the incident in the restaurant. In addition, there was no intention of keeping it a secret. Therefore, the entire upper circle of the imperial capital soon knew about it. Young Marquis Huyan Jingjie was hurt. Moreover, it was because of a post. It was said that the post only had one word, but it was enough to hurt young Marquis Huyan Jingjie mentally. It was said that the post came from the newly conferred Marquis of the True Sword. Soon, the cause of the incident was investigated. Young Marquis Huyan Jingjie and the others had their eyes on the quota for the 100-year secret realm. Unfortunately, there were only 10 quotas, and 9 of them were not people they could touch. Only the newly conferred Marquis of the True Sword had a shallow foundation and a low cultivation base. He was also an outsider, so he was the best target. Unexpectedly, not only did they not succeed, but they also hurt themselves. Everyone also realized that the newly conferred Marquis of the True Sword was not a soft-hearted person. Those who provoked him had to be prepared to pay the price. Chu Mu arrived at Emperor Music Hall. Emperor Music Hall was a side hall used for banquets. This time, Emperor Music Hall was open to welcome Chu Mu, the newly conferred Marquis. This was Chu Mu's 5th day in the imperial capital. There were at least 2 to 5 days before the 100-year secret realm opened. This was a welcome banquet, personally hosted by the Hermit King. Those who could come were of high status, because those of low status were not qualified to enter. Sect Master Chu, no, I should call you Marquis of the True Sword now. We meet again. The Hermit King led Chu Mu around and introduced him. The first person was an acquaintance, the Dragonhawk King. Greetings, Dragonhawk King. Chu Mu saluted with 2 swords. Rise, rise. Come, let's drink. The Dragonhawk King was as straightforward as ever. The second person introduced by the Hermit King was Prince Jingyang. He was neither warm nor cold to Chu Mu, and his attitude was average. The third was the White Raja. He was tall and burly and looked like a big guy. He smiled kindly at Chu Mu. The last prince was the Iron Sword of Gojoseon. He was the only prince with a different surname among the 5 princes. Perhaps it was because of their different surnames, or because they were both sword saints. But even though this was the first time the Iron Sword of Gojoseon had met Chu Mu, his attitude was very good. After introducing the princes, it was time to introduce the nobles. Other than Chu Mu, there were 10 nobles in total. 7 of them were nobles with inner surnames and 3 with external surnames. Including Chu Mu, there were 4 nobles with external surnames. However, other than Chu Mu, there were only 9 nobles present, not 10. The 3 nobles with external surnames were all present, while the other 6 were nobles with internal surnames. When it was time to introduce the Marquis of Ding, and the Marquis of Ding, and said to Chu Mu with a faint smile, "The Marquis of True Sword has good handwriting, but aren't you a little too harsh on my son? Didn't the young Marquis guards pass on my words?" Chu Mu asked with a hint of doubt. "I have already warned them that opening it would be dangerous." The Marquis of Ding, and was slightly stunned when he heard this. He immediately looked deeply at Chu Mu and did not say anything else. Given his shrewdness, he should not have gotten angry at such an occasion. especially when the other party's status was on par with his in theory. However, not all nobles were as shrewd as the Marquis of Dingen. The Marquis of Ding, and was clearly hot-tempered. The Marquis of True Sword, you have severely injured my nephew's mind the moment you arrived. He is now in a coma, and I don't know when he will wake up. Aren't you looking down on us too much? The Marquis of Ding, and stood up and reprimanded Chu Mu the moment he opened his mouth. Who are you? Chu Mu asked back. He knew how powerful the words he had written were. It was true that the Marquis of True Sword's mind was injured, but it was only a light injury. It was impossible for him to be severely injured or unconscious. The Marquis of Dingen sneered. Oh! Chu Mu revealed a look of sudden realization. So it's you. It seems that you don't know what the punishment for offending your superiors is in the laws of the empire. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding people revealed strange expressions. Chu Mu's expression and tone seemed to be mocking the Marquis of Ding, and for being brainless and using the laws of the empire. That's right, in the empire, the punishment for offending one's superiors could be light or heavy. It depended on whether one wanted to pursue the matter or not. If one did not pursue the matter, then it would be light and would not be mentioned again. However, if one wanted to pursue the matter, then it would be very serious and could even endanger one's life. Marquis Ding was a hot-tempered person. At the same time, he was also famous for being brainless. However, at the same time, he hated it when others thought of him that way. At this moment, Marquis Ding's face was red from anger. An incomparably powerful energy was surging through his body. This was the energy of a 7-star saint rank. Once it was unleashed, it would immediately cause fatal damage to Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu's expression didn't change even after being hit by such a powerful aura. It was as if it was nothing more than a breeze. Marquis Ding, this is Emperor Li's palace. Hidden Prince Qing's voice was filled with authority. It was like the ringing of a large bell, causing Marquis Ding's expression to change. He had to suppress his anger. This was Emperor Li's palace. At this moment, it was the welcoming banquet. No matter how brainless and hot-tempered he was, as a marquis, he understood the significance of this. If he were to make a move here, it would be equivalent to slapping the emperor's face. What awaited him would be very serious and terrible consequences. For the sake of Huyan Jingjie, it was not worth it to make such a huge sacrifice. Even so, Marquis Dingjiang still glared fiercely at Chu Mu, as if he wanted to devour Chu Mu. Chu Mu, however, was fearless. His reaction and words made everyone realize that this was not a simple character that could be easily manipulated. If they were not careful, they could very well suffer a sharp counterattack. However, a royal marquis with an internal surname was still a royal marquis with an internal surname. He didn't have much enthusiasm for a royal marquis with an external surname. The other 6 royal marquises all had a lukewarm attitude towards Chu Mu. As for the other 3 royal marquises with an external surname, they were very happy to get close to Chu Mu. The welcoming banquet in the Emperor Palace was obviously for the kings and nobles. After all, they were the upper echelons of the Emperor Palace. As for the others, they were just there to serve as background, even though they were also of high status. If Chu Mu was a royal marquis with an internal surname, there would definitely be many people trying to curry favor with him. Unfortunately, he was a royal marquis with an external surname. Moreover, his cultivation base was not high, and he came from a faraway place. It was destined that it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the Emperor Palace. Chu Mu was also happy with this. He originally did not plan to gain a foothold in the Emperor Palace. This time, he was only summoned by the Azure Sea Emperor. After the 100-year secret realm, he would leave the Emperor Palace and return to the true sword sect. The chances of him coming to the Emperor Palace again were very few. Since no one was trying to curry favor with him, he was also happy to be free. Since it was said to be a welcoming banquet for him, he should be the main character. However, it seemed that he was not. Chu Mu stayed in a corner enjoying the wine. The true sword marquis is really a refined scholar. A voice rang out beside him. Chu Mu turned his head and looked. It was one of the 3 royal marquises with an external surname, the true sword marquis. Isn't the true sword marquis also a man of character? Chu Mu smiled. The true sword marquis looked like a scholar, but his cultivation base was not low. He was at the 8th layer of the primordial, heavenly layer. The true sword marquis raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine. He then sat down not far from Chu Mu. The true sword marquis just came to the Emperor Lu Palace. "It's hard to avoid attracting attention," said the true sword marquis vaguely. "Under the foot of the Emperor who dares to act recklessly." Chu Mu smiled. If he said this in other places, he would be laughed at. However, in the Emperor Lu Palace, it was the truth. The true sword marquis also understood that under the foot of the Emperor Lu Palace, there was no one who dared to break the rules. However, although this was a reason, if it was not for the fact that one was fearless, no matter how strict the rules were, it was useless. The true sword marquis could not help but admire Chu Mu. Although he was only at the early stage of the 1st layer of the primordial heavenly layer, his courage was not inferior to those high-level martial saints. It was rumored that he had once killed a 6-star martial saint. It should be true, even if he had used the power of a treasure. Originally, the 10 of us royal marquises were supposed to be there to welcome the true sword marquis. However, the Ding country marquis has always participated in such things, the true sword marquis said. When I was conferred the title of marquis, the Ding country marquis was also not present. Chu Mu knew about the Ding country marquis. He was known as the 1st royal marquis. He was a 9-star martial saint. According to Chu Mu's understanding, the Ding country marquis looked down on royal marquises with external surnames. Therefore, he never participated in matters related to royal marquises with external surnames. However, the Ding country marquis was the most experienced and the strongest among the royal marquises. His authority was comparable to the only royal marquis with external surnames. His status was high and he was strong. Not many people could enter his eyes. Chu Mu was only at the 1st heavenly layer of the primordial heavenly layer. He was also the new marquis of a quasi-second-rate force. He could not make the Ding country marquis take him seriously. However, while he looked down on Chu Mu also looked down on him. Everyone, today is the true sword marquis welcoming banquet. The true sword marquis should be the host. Suddenly, someone shouted. It was the Ding country marquis. He was a scheming royal marquis. I heard that although the true sword marquis is only at the early 1st heavenly layer of the primordial heavenly layer, he is very strong. Even 4-star martial saints are not his opponents. Killing him is as easy as chopping vegetables. However, seeing is the truth. Why don't we invite our true sword marquis to show us his strength? He's up to no good. The Jean marquis whispered to Chu Mu. Chu Mu nodded lightly. He could see that the Ding country marquis was in cahoots with the Ding and marquis. Their current goal was to target him. This was a welcoming banquet. In name, it was a banquet that belonged to him. However, someone wanted him to show his strength to others. It felt like they were playing a monkey. Their goal was to humiliate him. However, if Chu Mu did not agree, the Ding country marquis would very likely say that Chu Mu was not giving them face. This would put Chu Mu in a dilemma. Chapter 1609. Lord Qingyin, Lord Dragonhawk, and the others didn't say anything. They just watched, wanting to see how Chu Mu would deal with this situation. The others also watched, wanting to see how Chu Mu would deal with Marquis Ding. This was an open conspiracy. They couldn't make a move, but they could not make a move either. However, they were in the imperial court. In addition to their own cultivation, they were also used to fighting in the open. However, Chu Mu wasn't like that. He was just a newly conferred marquis. In essence, he was like a person from the pugilistic world. People from the pugilistic world had the temperament of people from the pugilistic world. Officials had the temperament of officials. Different people had different ways of dealing with things. In the eyes of the imperial court, face was obviously more important. Why do I need to prove my strength to you? Chu Mu glanced at Lord Dingcheng and spoke neither quickly nor slowly with a calm attitude. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Chu Mu to answer Marquis Ding in such a way. They all thought about it in a complicated way and habitually used their style of dealing with things in the imperial court to judge. However, Chu Mu didn't consider so many twists and turns. His simple and direct response made people feel that it was very reasonable. After all, he was the Marquis of the True Sword, and Marquis Ding was also a Marquis. The two of them had the same status. In that case, Chu Mu didn't need to prove anything to Marquis Ding. Of course, if Marquis Ding's status was higher than Chu Mu's, then Chu Mu's answer would be too arrogant. Chu Mu's reply caused Marquis Ding Cheng's expression to change. Such a reply was too direct, causing him to be unable to deal with the follow-up he had thought of. This was because he never expected Chu Mu's reply to be like this. However, Marquis Ding Cheng's thoughts turned extremely quickly. Marquis of the True Sword is too serious. Marquis Ding laughed. What I mean is that today is the welcoming banquet of the True Sword Marquis. The True Sword Marquis is the main character. Since you are the main character, you can't hide in a corner alone. That will make us look like guests who steal the limelight. If word gets out, it won't be good. With that, Marquis Ding didn't give Chu Mu a chance to speak. He continued, Everyone is a Marquis, but our understanding of the True Sword Marquis is very shallow. Moreover, we have all heard of the True Sword Marquis deeds and are very curious. Firstly, to let everyone know more about the True Sword Marquis. Secondly, it can satisfy everyone's curiosity to satisfy everyone's curiosity. To kill two birds with one stone. To Marquis of the True Sword. To Marquis, to Marquis, to Marquis, Marquis, Marquis. Marquis Ding's words seemed to be standing on Chu Mu's side. He was thinking for Chu Mu. However, everyone was very clear about the twists and turns in his words. He just wanted to force Chu Mu into a dilemma and make him a laughingstock. In their opinion, this was even more excessive and effective than killing them. Marquis Ding paused for a moment and thought of Chu Mu's way of replying. He was worried that Chu Mu would be the same as before and completely ignore them. He immediately gave a signal to the person beside him. That person understood tacitly and took large strides forward, walking towards Chu Mu. Marquis True Sword, I am a guard of the Marquis Ding's residence. I am at the 4th layer of the Aeon realm. I am here to ask for guidance. This guard was tall and burly. He had a full beard and a broadsword was slung at his waist. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he approached Chu Mu. His aura surged. This person was a peak 4-star Saint expert. The difference between a peak 4-star Saint expert and an initial 1-star Saint expert was too great. You are just a mere guard. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Chu Mu sat on the chair and didn't care about the other party's aura. He asked calmly, or is it that the people of the Marquis Ding's residence are best at offending their superiors? A few of the grand princes couldn't help but smile. This Marquis True Sword was really an interesting person. He wasn't good at scheming, but his mind was flexible, and he didn't stick to a pattern. His simple counterattack was very direct. This guard was from the Marquis Ding's residence, and could be considered to have some status. He was used to being arrogant, and in addition, he was eager to gain merit. He didn't speak respectfully and directly challenge Chu Mu. In the Empire, this was an act of overestimating one's capabilities. To put it more seriously, it was an act of offending one's superiors. The crime of offending one's superiors was very heavy. If Chu Mu didn't let go of this point, only death would await this guard. However, since your master wants me to take action, wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts if I don't take action? Chu Mu changed the topic. He put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up. Everyone was stunned as they didn't know what he was going to do. Moreover, today's welcome banquet is held for me. The fact that everyone is here means that you think highly of me. Chu Mu is also willing to let everyone know more about my character. However, my sword is only used to kill enemies. This person has offended his superiors. If I don't punish him, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the emperor? With just a few words, Chu Mu dissipated the influence brought by Marquis Ding. Instantly, many people had a good impression of him. After all, he was the true sword marquis. If he didn't take action, he didn't have to take action. Now that he was willing to take action, it would let people know more about him and it would give them face. In addition, he clearly said that his sword was a sword used to kill enemies and that the guard of the Marquis Ding's residence had to be punished for offending his superiors. He even dragged the Kanglin Emperor into it. He was a marquis conferred by the Kanglin Emperor. If he didn't punish the other party for offending his superiors, it would seem that it really had something to do with the Kanglin Emperor's reputation. With just a few words, everyone had a further understanding of Chu Mu's character. This person was like a sword. Usually when it was in the sheath, its sharpness wasn't obvious. Once it was out of the sheath, its sharpness would be shocking and shocking. It was best to befriend such a person. If they couldn't befriend him, it was best not to make him an enemy. If they were enemies, it was best to eliminate him before he was strong enough. Make your move. Chu Mu said to the guard of the Marquis Ding's residence. The guard of the Marquis Ding's residence turned pale. He gritted his teeth, not knowing whether to make a move or not. He was in a dilemma. Make your move. Since you have the courage to challenge me, don't hesitate. Chu Mu said. That guard gritted his teeth. His pale face revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He knew that he was already riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He could only make his move, hoping that the Marquis Ding would treat his wife and son well on account of his loyalty. Receive my sword. The guard of the Marquis Ding's residence roared and unsheathed his sword. The light from the sword was overwhelming. Tyrannical Yuan energy was infused into the sword. The power of the law of fire was infused into the sword, causing the might of the sword to become even stronger and more ferocious. However, everyone present was an expert, and they were able to tell what was going on. Even though the sword strike seemed powerful, it wasn't actually that powerful. It didn't match the strength of a 4-star Saint Pinnacle expert at all. However, they also knew what was going on. In a challenge, this guard definitely wouldn't dare to use his full strength. If he injured or even killed the Marquis Zhanjian, not only would he die, but the people related to him wouldn't have a good ending. The Marquis Ding's original intention was to let the guard embarrass the Marquis Zhanjian. Moreover, Chu Mu's words had shaken his resolve and weakened his aura. Even so, the opponent was still a peak 4-star saint. The power of the sword was enough to kill a 3-star saint. Facing this sword, Chu Mu didn't have the slightest fear. The moment the sword slashed down, a ball of flame seemed to burn in Chu Mu's hand. It spread out, stretched, and condensed into a sword. It was the blazing brilliance spiritual sword that he had refined not long ago. The scorching aura rippled out, causing everyone's expression to change. Chu Mu didn't display any powerful sword technique. He just slashed out gently. The trajectory of the sword was like a heavenly steed across the sky, causing everyone's eyes to light up, especially the Iron Sword King. He was a powerful 9-star sword saint and had extremely high attainments in sword techniques and sword Dao. With a glance, he could see that Chu Mu's attainments in sword techniques were extremely profound. In fact, Chu Mu's attainments in sword techniques were probably not much inferior to his. There were many experts present. Naturally, they could see that Chu Mu's sword was very mysterious. However, only the Iron Sword of Gojoseon could see it clearly. When the sword slashed out, the red sword light was as bright as a flawless gem. Before the broadsword of the guard of Marquis Ding's residence completely slashed down, the red sword light, had already swept past his neck. The broad sword stopped in midair. It was only 3 inches away from Chu Mu's forehead. However, these 3 inches were like a natural moat that couldn't be crossed. A blood-red line appeared on the neck of the guard of Marquis Ding's residence. He was already dead. His primordial spirit had been destroyed. "Men, drag him away," Lord Qingyinwang said. There wasn't any blood spilled. The blazing brilliance spiritual sword in Chu Mu's hand turned into a flame and disappeared. He looked at Marquis Ding and said, "Marquis Ding, you don't have to thank me." Marquis Ding's expression was already uncertain after his guard was killed. When he heard Chu Mu's words, his body trembled and his expression changed drastically. In his opinion, Chu Mu's words were like the kind of person who took advantage of others. After killing his guard, Chu Mu actually said that he didn't have to thank him. It was a slap in the face. A 4-star Saint Guard was nothing to Marquis Ding's residence. He was originally brought in to act as a front. The problem was that he was killed. After he was killed, the other party still said such words. If this was any other place, he would have already exploded and attacked Chu Mu. However, this was Emperor Li's palace. He didn't dare to do so because he had his misgivings. Good. Marquis True Sword is indeed the sect leader of a sword cultivation sect. Your attainments in the sword Tao are unfathomable. The iron sword of Gojoseon suddenly praised. When I was your age and at your level, my sword Tao was far inferior to yours. The iron sword of Gojoseon is overpraising me. Chu Mu said, neither servile nor overbearing. All right, now that everyone has seen the Marquis True Sword's ability, let's stop looking for excuses. Lord Dragonhawk said, "Let's drink." "Let's drink," the others echoed. After this matter, in addition to the words of Lord Dragonhawk and the iron sword of Gojoseon, no one dared to find trouble with Chu Mu. Chapter 1610. The welcoming banquet at Emperor Music's palace came to a perfect conclusion. Everything that had happened was like a small wave in the ocean. It was just a push to liven things up. However, it also allowed everyone to clearly understand Chu Mu's character. They knew how to interact with him in the future. Most of them chose not to befriend him or make him their enemy. After all, based on the current situation, the True Sword Marquis didn't seem to have any plans to establish himself in the imperial capital. Since he didn't plan to establish himself in the imperial capital, it wouldn't affect their power. There was no conflict of interest. So why make him their enemy? News of what happened at the welcoming banquet also spread. Many people in the imperial capital knew that the newly crowned True Sword Marquis was indeed extraordinarily talented. He was able to kill a 4-star saint as a 1-star saint. Moreover, he didn't rely on any treasure. At this point, the voices that questioned Chu Mu's reliance on treasures in the imperial capital finally disappeared. What a monster! He's an eternal monster. A 1-star saint can kill a 4-star saint. If he's a 7-star saint, wouldn't he be able to kill a 9-star saint? The difference in strength between a 7-star saint and a 9-star saint was definitely greater than that between a 1-star saint and a 4-star saint. After the welcoming banquet, Chu Mu returned to the True Sword Marquis residence and cultivated peacefully. He declined all visits because he didn't like this kind of scheming. He would rather draw his sword and fight to his heart's content. There were only a few days before the opening of the 100-year secret realm. There weren't many people who wanted to visit Chu Mu, and they were all small fries. Naturally, they wouldn't do anything if they were rejected because they didn't have the guts. It seems that the True Sword Marquis is more talented than that person. That person? You mean that Jun, little prince? That's him. The people who spoke all had a fearful look on their faces. It was as if the little prince they were talking about wasn't someone they could casually talk about. A 1-star saint killed a 4-star saint. This True Sword Marquis is really interesting. He's indeed a genius. However, such a person is more suitable to be trampled on. When the other geniuses who could enter the 100-year secret realm found out, they all had different reactions. One day passed. The second day passed. It was already the 7th day since Chu Mu had arrived at the capital. At night, no one had come to inform Chu Mu. It seemed like the 100-year secret realm had not opened yet. The 8th day passed, and still no one came to inform him. On the afternoon of the 9th day, the Qing Yinwang personally came. True, Sword Marquis, the 100-year secret realm is about to open. It's time to make a move, Hidden King Qing said directly. Thank you for your trouble, Hermit King, Chu Mu said hurriedly, and left with the Hermit King. The location of the 100-year secret realm was within the imperial palace. When Chu Mu followed the Hermit King into a door, he discovered a completely different world. He originally thought it was a palace, but unexpectedly it was more like a small world. Of course, Chu Mu was sure that this was not a small world. It was still in the palace, but it had been transformed into a valley. There were flowers and trees everywhere, and the air was fresh. What was even more interesting was that one could see the sky and the clouds. Clearly, a lot of thought had been put into building this valley within the palace. The Hermit King and Chu Mu were not the first to arrive. After they arrived, more than 10 people had already gathered here. One of them was the Kanglan Emperor. Greetings, royal brother. The Hermit King saluted. Greetings, your majesty. Chu Mu saluted with his sword. Royal brother, you may dispense with the formalities. True, Sword Marquis, you may dispense with the formalities. The Kanglan Emperor smiled and said, The secret realm is about to open. Chu Mu also noticed that not far ahead, the void seemed to be very chaotic. It was constantly fluctuating, as if it was about to split open. That should be the entrance to the so-called 100-year secret realm. When Chu Mu arrived, many gazes fell on him. Some gazes were indifferent, while others were scrutinizing. In short, they were all different. You are the true Sword Marquis who killed a 4-star martial saint as a 1-star martial saint. Suddenly, a strong young man revealed a playful smile and looked at Chu Mu. After leaving the 100-year secret realm, I will challenge you. I hope you won't be a coward. Wen Cheng, this person has hurt my cousin's mind. Don't interfere. Another person took 2 steps forward and stared at Chu Mu with gloomy eyes. That look was as if he wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. Chu Mu thought about it and knew that the other person was Huyan Jingjia's cousin. Wen Cheng, who said he would challenge him after the 100-year secret realm, was a 3-star martial saint. However, his strength was definitely above that. He was even a genius who could kill a 4-star martial saint. If he wanted to challenge Chu Mu, it meant that he had enough confidence. As for Huyan Jingjia's cousin, Chu Mu remembered that the Hermit King had told him that this person was called Huyan Jingxiong. However, that was not important. Huyan Jingjia's cousin, Huyan Jingxiong, was also a 3-star martial saint. He should not be inferior to Wen Cheng. However, even if they were talented and had a deep foundation, so what if they could kill a 4-star martial saint? Could they kill a 5-star martial saint? Could they fight a 6-star martial saint? Unless they had the strength of an ordinary 6-star martial saint, they would not be able to pose any threat to Chu Mu. Because the Kanglan Emperor was here, they did not dare to be too rampant. Other than Huyan Jingxiong and Wen Cheng, Chu Mu also saw a few other people who were going to enter the 100-year secret realm. There were 4 men and 2 women, including Chu Mu, Huyan Jingxiong, and Wen Cheng. There were 7 men and 2 women. There was one more person who had not arrived. Chu Mu also knew who the last person was. Just as he thought about it, the last person arrived. He came alone. His long hair was naturally draped over his shoulders. His eyes were cold, and his body was surrounded by a murderous aura that made it difficult for others to approach him. He was like a lone wolf. This person was called Huyan Jingting. Many people called him the young prince. However, he was just an illegitimate son of King Jingyang. An illegitimate son naturally did not have any status. Therefore, when he was young, his life was very difficult. It was only after he displayed his outstanding talent that he gradually gained the attention of King Jingyang. He received better training and a higher status. Huyen Jingting was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in the imperial capital. He was an eternal, monstrous genius. When many of his peers were still struggling in the Nirvana realm, he was already a martial saint. At that time, people like Huyen Jingxiong and Wen Cheng were still preparing to break through to the eternal realm. Now his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of the eternal realm. If not for the fact that he wanted to further strengthen his foundation and enter the 100-year secret realm, he would have broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the eternal realm several years ago and become a mid-level martial saint. As a peak 3-star saint, ordinary 5-star saints were no match for him at all. It was said that he had killed several 5-star saints in the early stages and even at the peak. He was not someone Huyen Jingxiong and the others could compare to. Chu Mu also discovered that Huyen Jingting was a sword cultivator. The baleful aura surrounding him was his ice-cold sword intent. It was a type of sword intent. The moment Huyen Jingting appeared, his cold eyes swept past and landed on Chu Mu's face. He could sense that Chu Mu was also a sword saint, a powerful one at that. Facing Huyen Jingting's gaze, Chu Mu's eyes were calm, without a trace of fear. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Huyen Jingting only bowed to the Azure Water Emperor. When facing the Hermit King, he only bowed to the 3 swords. He ignored the others. Although he was an illegitimate son, his outstanding talent allowed him to have a higher status than a legitimate son. In the end, this was a world where the strong were respected. All other rankings were built on the premise that the strong were respected. If one was not strong enough, all the rankings and rules were fake. It was like the moon in the water. The Azure Water Emperor also admired Huyen Jingting. After all, no matter how outstanding Chu Mu was, he did not have the royal bloodline. At this moment, the fluctuations in the void not far away were getting stronger and stronger. The distortion was getting more and more severe. It had turned into a chaotic place filled with terrifying power. No one could get close to it. Even a 9-star martial saint would be threatened. Fortunately, the distorted void did not cover a large area. It was only a few meters. Otherwise, everyone would have to leave the valley. Everyone's gaze shifted to the distorted void. It seemed that the 100-year secret realm was about to open. As time passed, the distorted void became more and more obvious. The fluctuations also became stronger. The range expanded slightly, but it was not obvious. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. It was as if a piece of cloth had been torn. It was also as if an invisible sword light had slashed at the distorted void, causing the center of the distorted void to be torn apart. The distortion disappeared, and the chaotic spatial fluctuations also calmed down. A crack rapidly widened and extended. An incomparably pure energy ripple was emitted from the widening crack. Although it was not strong, it was like a gentle breeze that brushed past everyone's faces. Their bodies immediately gave them an extremely comfortable feeling. Their minds were refreshed, and their minds became extremely clear. Even the speed at which their thoughts circulated had become much faster. "This is the power of the secret realm," the Hermit King said beside Chu Mu. "The power of the secret realm." Chu Mu felt it more carefully. He realized that the power of the secret realm was indeed magical. The crack continued to expand. Finally, it formed an oval-shaped door. It was white inside the door. There was no way to see what was inside. "Everyone, the 100-year secret realm has opened. You can enter now. You can only stay inside for a day. How much you can gain depends on your own ability," the Azure Water Emperor said with a smile. Including Chu Mu, everyone's heart burned with passion. The 100-year secret realm. It was said that one day in the outside world was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in the secret realm. All 10 of them were true geniuses, or even monstrous geniuses. It had only taken them a little more than 100 years to reach their current level of cultivation. Although it was said that the difficulty of cultivation in the eternal realm was many times higher, it was hard to imagine how much their strength would increase after another 100 years of cultivation. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Chapter 16:11. Go in. As the Azure Sea Emperor's voice fell, the 10 selected geniuses walked into the Mystic Realm's entrance and entered the Mystic Realm. Just as Chu Mu was about to enter, Huyen Jingxiong suddenly squeezed over and forcefully collided with him. Chu Mu felt it and gently swayed his body, avoiding Huyen Jingxiong's deliberate collision. Huyen Jingxiong's collision missed, and he rushed into the Mystic Realm in a hurried manner. When the Hermit King and the others saw this scene, they revealed smiles. Strictly speaking, Chu Mu, the true Sword Marquis, was their junior. As seniors, they only needed to grasp the general direction of the competition between juniors and would not interfere. Soon, the 10 people entered the Mystic Realm. The entrance to the Mystic Realm shrunk into but did not disappear. After entering the Mystic Realm's entrance, all that could be seen was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was as if one was in a sea of clouds, unable to distinguish north from south. The rich Mystic Realm's energy surrounded one's body. This feeling was as if one was immersed in the Mystic Realm's energy. It was very comfortable, and one's mind was incomparably clear. The speed of one's thoughts was several times faster than usual. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed. The white fog retreated, revealing a row of houses. There were a total of 10 houses. After the 10 geniuses entered the Mystic Realm, they scattered and each chose a house to enter. Even though Huyen Jingxiong wanted to ruthlessly teach Chu Mu a lesson, he held back. This was because he knew that the opportunity to enter a 100-year Mystic Realm was rare. It could be said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although 100 years in the Mystic Realm seemed very long, if one did not cherish every minute and second, it would quickly pass. At that time, others would be diligently cultivating while he wasted his time. It would be the same as falling behind others. In fact, Huyen Jingxiong was not confident that he could ruthlessly teach Chu Mu a lesson. Otherwise, if he had an absolute advantage, he wouldn't mind wasting a little bit of time. After pushing open the door and entering, Chu Mu immediately discovered that it was a different world. Behind the door of the house was not a room, but a wide open space. There were sparse trees, blue stones, and a waterfall at the end. The white water fell from hundreds of meters above, and the rumbling sound was like the galloping of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was very imposing. The power of the Mystic Realm was even denser here. Chu Mu glanced around to confirm his surroundings. He also confirmed the location of his cultivation. Soon, he immersed himself in cultivation. The opportunity was hard to come by, and time was of the essence. He should seize it. Chu Mu didn't know how much he could improve in 100 years in the secret realm. There was no heaven and earth yuan qi here, so if he wanted to cultivate sword energy, he could only consume yuan pills and so on. However, his purpose for coming here was clearly not to cultivate sword energy, but to cultivate other things. Sword energy could only be considered as a side benefit. He drew his sword and practiced the basic sword technique a few times. Under the rich power of the secret realm, his mind became clearer and his concentration became more focused. He quickly eliminated all distracting thoughts. After practicing the basic swordsmanship a few times, Chu Mu opened his left hand and another spiritual sword appeared. He immediately started practicing the dual swordsmanship. Sword light surrounded the area, densely packed and impenetrable. The sword light was sometimes as rapid as a storm, sometimes as slow as flowing water, sometimes as mysterious as a heavenly steed, sometimes as ordinary as a tree branch swaying. After practicing the dual swordsmanship a few times, Chu Mu began to practice the cloud-piercing sword style. When the divine wilderness sword origin was exhausted, he sat down cross-legged beside the large pool under the waterfall. He took out a large number of yuan pills and crushed them, absorbing the energy within to replenish the sword origin. Chu Mu's interspatial ring contained a large number of high-grade yuan pills. Even if the yuan pills were not enough, he still had pure yang stones and pure yang crystals to absorb. That was enough for him to absorb for thousands of years. After the divine wilderness sword origin was recovered, Chu Mu immediately stood up and began to cultivate again. This time, it was the Dao severing sword style. Similarly, after exhausting his energy, he took out yuan pills to recover the divine wilderness sword origin. After recovering, Chu Mu cultivated the immovable Wisdom King sword style and the Thousand Silk Willow sword style. Chu Mu had already grasped the essence of these two defensive sword styles. Furthermore, he had also comprehended the true meaning of the sword defense. It was time to combine them and create a defensive sword style that was most suitable for him. Creating a sword style was not an easy task. It required constant experimentation and sharpening before one could come to a conclusion. Just like the cloud-piercing sword style and the Dao severing sword style. Previously, Chu Mu had constantly accumulated and created the cloud-piercing sword style. Then he created the Dao severing sword style. Now he had to create a defensive sword style. He did not know how much time he would need to complete it. Furthermore, although the cloud-piercing sword style and the Dao severing sword style were created, they were not perfect. He still needed to constantly perfect them and make them more suitable for himself. Everyone seemed to have the same structure, but in reality, there were minute differences. These minute differences determined that when they used the same sword style, the final result would be different. Perhaps it was a slight difference in the trajectory or a slight difference in the way the energy was transmitted. Other people's sword styles were ultimately created by others for their descendants to cultivate. No matter what, they would never surpass the original creator. Only the sword style that one created was most suitable for oneself. However, creating a sword style was not something that could be completed overnight. It required continuous accumulation and experimentation before it could be completed. Then it had to be constantly perfected. Chu Mu was walking on such a path. Either he did not do it, or he did it to the best of his ability. In a blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Here, Chu Mu could not accurately feel the passage of time. He could only vaguely grasp the general idea. However, this was not important. What was important was this opportunity. A day in the outside world was 100 years in the mystic realm. After 100 years, how much improvement would there be? With this thought, he could not help but feel some anticipation. Some unknowns would make people fearful, while some unknowns would make people hopeful. Time was like water, gone and never to be returned. Unknowingly, Chu Mu estimated that he had been in the 100-year mystic realm for a few years. He was more proficient in the basic swordsmanship and the dual swordsmanship. He could control the two spiritual swords more easily and freely. However, the progress in the sword style was not so obvious. The cloud-piercing sword style and Dao cutter sword style were slightly perfected. After all, without experiencing a life-and-death battle, it was impossible to find the flaws in actual combat. He could only rely on himself to practice over and over again to become proficient. After becoming proficient, he could find the shortcomings and improve. This efficiency was too low. However, Chu Mu did not have a better way. He could only continue to accumulate. When he left and faced a strong opponent, he could improve faster. Chu Mu had completely mastered the Akalanatha sword style and Thousand Willow sword style, and had completely derived his own understanding. The Akalanatha sword style was better at defending against close-range attacks and physical attacks, while the Thousand Willow sword style was better at long-range attacks and energy attacks. Chu Mu already had an idea of the defensive sword style he was going to create. It was to combine the Unmovable King sword style and Thousand Thread Weeping Willow sword style, absorb the strengths of the two, and merge them into his defensive sword style, making his defensive sword style perfect. The higher the requirements, the greater the difficulty. Therefore, after a few years, Chumu only had a concept and a framework. He hadn't truly created it yet. But, no matter what, it was much better than when he first entered. As for his cultivation base, it was still at the early first heavenly layer eternal realm. In the past few years, Chumu had not deliberately cultivated the divine wilderness sword essence. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the middle stage in a few years. Every time, he would cultivate until the sword essence was exhausted before recovering. Every time there would be a slight improvement, but the improvement was very small. After a few years, he had reached the peak of the early first heavenly layer eternal realm. According to the current situation, it would not be a problem for him to reach the middle stage in a few years. Of course, if Chumu was willing to spend a few months to cultivate the divine wilderness sword essence, he could break through even faster. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to raise one's cultivation base in the eternal realm. However, Chumu did not care. His main purpose in entering the 100-year secret realm was not to raise his cultivation base, but to improve other aspects. After cultivating for a period of time, the defensive sword style was starting to become clearer, but it seemed to be in a state where it could not break through. Why don't I cultivate the moon hanging moon secret technique first and improve my primordial spirit first? Chumu had an idea. The stronger his primordial spirit was, the higher his comprehension ability would be. After confirming that it was feasible, Chumu immediately sat down next to the pool. Rumbling roars constantly rang out in his ears, shaking the heavens and earth. The waterfall that fell from a few hundred meters above wasn't a normal flow of water. It was as heavy as mercury, and the white water that was stirred up was filled with incomparably terrifying power. It was an impact force of several million kilograms. Even a saint-rank expert's saint body couldn't withstand it if it wasn't strong enough. The loud sound was enough to cover all the surrounding sounds. Those with insufficient cultivation base would be dizzy and unable to stand in such a place. However, Chumu was not affected. He was used to it and was not affected. The roar was like a beautiful melody. After activating the moon hanging moon secret technique, Chumu's primordial spirit was already at the early 3rd level. This was because he had cultivated the 1st and 2nd level of the moon hanging moon secret technique in a short period of time. It felt different from the 3rd transformation technique. After activating the 3rd level of the moon hanging moon secret technique, Chumu's primordial spirit was naturally refined and started to improve bit by bit. Although the moon hanging moon secret technique was a level 5 primordial spirit cultivation secret technique and was stronger than the 3rd transformation technique, there was not much difference when one's primordial spirit was at the 3rd level. The difference between each primordial spirit secret technique would only be greater when one cultivated it to a higher level. What Chumu wanted to do was to improve his primordial spirit as much as possible and become stronger. Chapter 1612. Once he started cultivating, Chumu sat there without moving, as if he was a statue. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Chumu, who had been without any signs of life, suddenly opened his eyes. They shone with a strong light that seemed to pierce through the void. He moved his limbs. 3 years of meditation had caused his muscles to be a little stiff. However, under the impact of the rejuvenation of his blood, he recovered in a short while. My primordial spirit has reached the peak of level 3, but the gap between level 3 and level 4 is too big, Chumu said to himself. In fact, half a year ago, his primordial spirit had already reached the peak of level 3. Since then, he had been constantly consolidating his level 3 primordial spirit and was beginning to break through to level 4. His level 3 primordial spirit was the black iron primordial spirit. His level 4 primordial spirit had entered the ranks of the bronze primordial spirit. The difference between the two was not just an increase in level, but also a qualitative leap. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through. Without the help of external forces, Chu Mu did not know how long it would take for him to break through to level 4 from the peak of level 3 primordial spirit. However, he could also feel that his level 3 primordial spirit was much stronger than his previous level 3 primordial spirit. His soul was stronger, and with the enhancement of the black gold mask, even though the gap between the black iron primordial spirit and the bronze primordial spirit was huge, it was still comparable to an ordinary level 4 primordial spirit. After thinking about it, Chu Mu decided to continue cultivating the primordial spirit secret technique. First, it was the primordial spirit defense secret technique, the rainbow ring. He had already cultivated to the 3rd ring. Now, he was going to start cultivating the 4th ring. If he succeeded in cultivating the 4th ring, Chu Mu would be able to defend himself against level 4 primordial spirit attacks. And for a level 4 primordial spirit, it was at least at the level of a 7-star saint. Of course, this did not mean that one's cultivation had reached the level of a 7-star saint. Some primordial spirit cultivators' primordial spirits were stronger than their cultivation. Their primordial spirits had reached level 4, but their cultivation had not reached it. For primordial spirit cultivators, their cultivation was only secondary. Their primordial spirit was the most important. The 3 main schools of cultivation, the elemental energy school, the sage body school, and the primordial spirit school, were divided because of their respective emphasis. The elemental force school mainly cultivated the elemental force. The saint body school mainly cultivated the saint body. The elemental force school mainly cultivated the saint body. The elemental force school mainly cultivated the saint body. The elemental force school mainly cultivated the saint body. The elemental force school mainly cultivated the saint body. Of course, there were some people who were strong enough to simultaneously cultivate 2 types, but that was relatively rare. As for 3 types, it was even rarer, almost none of them, because simultaneously cultivating 3 types would take up far too much time. As soon as he started cultivating the 4th ring, Chu Mu realized that the difficulty of cultivating the 4th ring was even higher than he had expected. The 4th ring belonged to the level of the bronze primordial spirit. Even though Chu Mu's primordial spirit was comparable to an early stage level 4 primordial spirit, the difference between the black iron primordial spirit and the bronze primordial spirit was still there. It was not only a difference in quantity, but also a difference in quality. The difference in quantity could be made up, but the difference in quality was difficult to bridge. After a few attempts, the power of the primordial spirit was consumed too quickly. Chu Mu knew that it would be difficult for him to quickly condense the primordial spirit talisman for the 4th ring. Every time the primordial spirit talisman was successfully condensed, it would only exist for a few breaths of time before disappearing. The primordial spirit talisman for the 4th ring consumed even more power of the primordial spirit each time it was condensed. Even with all the power of the primordial spirit, he could only condense a few dozen primordial spirit talismans at a fast speed. However, to surround the entire primordial spirit and form a complete ring, he would need thousands of primordial spirit talismans, which was more than 100 times the number. Fortunately, he had enough time to cultivate. Chu Mu tried to slow down the speed of condensing the primordial spirit talisman. With the power of the peak level 3 primordial spirit and the enhancement of the black gold mask, Chu Mu also learned to use the suspended moon mystic technique while condensing the primordial spirit talisman. For someone like him who could multitask, this wasn't too difficult. The 3rd level of the suspended moon mystic technique increased the recovery speed by 30%. In addition to the 30% recovery speed provided by the black gold mask, Chu Mu deliberately slowed down the speed of condensing the primordial spirit talisman. Finally, the consumption and recovery of his primordial spirit talisman were maintained in a balanced state. Without a doubt, this would greatly reduce the speed of condensing the primordial spirit talisman for Chu Mu. Half a year later, Chu Mu successfully cultivated the 4th ring of the rainbow ring. In the spiritual world, Chu Mu's primordial spirit, which was sitting in the center, emitted a thick layer of black luster. The outermost layer was a red ring of light, the innermost layer was an orange ring of light, the innermost layer was a yellow ring of light, and the innermost layer was a green ring of light. The red, orange, yellow, and green rings of light firmly protected Chu Mu's primordial spirit. Each ring of light emitted a bright light. It was very beautiful, just like the belt of stars around a star. After successfully cultivating the fourth ring of the rainbow ring, Chu Mu also heaved a sigh of relief. Now, if he encountered a level 4 primordial spirit attack, he would be able to withstand it. Although there were very few cultivators of the primordial spirit Tao, it did not mean that there were none. It was just that he had not encountered one. Once he encountered one, it was very likely that it would bring disaster to him. Next, I'll cultivate the wheel of splitting soul, Chu Mu thought to himself. His cultivation had the intention of striking while the iron was hot. The wheel of splitting soul and the soul piercer were both offensive mystic techniques that materialized the primordial spirit power. Therefore, only one of them needed to exist. This was because Chu Mu had already cultivated the soul piercer. Now that he wanted to cultivate the wheel of splitting soul, he had to first disperse the soul piercer. Disperse the primordial spirit offensive mystic technique was not a pleasant thing to do, but Chu Mu still had to do it. Moreover, he was very determined. Under his control, the soul piercer trembled as if it had been hit by a huge force and instantly shattered. Chu Mu also felt a kind of pain. A moment of pain was enough to cause a Nirvana realm cultivator to die immediately. Chu Mu pulled through. After recovering, he used the hanging moon mystic technique to calm the fluctuating primordial spirit power. After adjusting his breathing to fully recover, Chu Mu began to cultivate the wheel of splitting soul. A peak level 3 primordial spirit allowed him to easily cultivate the wheel of splitting soul. In his spiritual world, beside the primordial spirit, a small black wheel condensed and gradually became clear. This black wheel was extremely sharp, like the edge of a sword, emitting a heart-palpitating chill. Many primordial spirit mystic techniques did not have any skills to speak of at all. It was just a matter of time and tempering step by step. Only when one reached a certain level could they cultivate the offensive mystic technique of the corresponding level. Therefore, after Chu Mu finished the first stage of the soul-splitting wheel, if he wanted to advance to the second stage, he would have to continuously refine the first stage of the soul-splitting wheel and continuously improve it. This would allow the soul-splitting wheel to become powerful enough to undergo a qualitative change and advance. Using the peak level 3 primordial spirit power to temper the wheel of splitting soul was like a strong man waving a tree branch. There was no pressure at all. Very quickly, Chu Mu successfully tempered the wheel of splitting soul from the first level to the second level. The second level wheel of splitting soul did not become bigger, but its color became deeper. This was not a complete second level wheel of splitting soul, as there were 2 second level wheels of splitting soul. Chu Mu continued to temper the second level wheel of splitting soul. As time passed, the second level wheel of splitting soul reached the peak of the second level. Only then did Chu Mu stop tempering it. Split. Controlling the peak of the second level wheel of splitting soul, Chu Mu forcibly tore a complete wheel of splitting soul apart. This wheel of splitting soul had been condensed from the power of his primordial spirit. Tearing it apart made Chu Mu feel as if his primordial spirit was being torn apart. The complete wheel of splitting soul split into 2 halves of the same size. Chu Mu had no choice but to continue using the hanging moon mystic technique to calm the chaos in his primordial spirit power. After calming down, he continued to cultivate and temper the 2 halves of the wheel. In terms of power, these 2 halves of the wheel were at the second level. However, they were not complete. What Chu Mu had to do was to temper them continuously until they were complete. Only then could he attempt to advance to the third level. As time passed, Chumu also completed the second level of the Wheel of Splitting Soul. 2 complete wheels of splitting soul appeared in his spiritual world and started to revolve around his primordial spirit. After recovering the power of his primordial spirit, he tempered it again. The first wheel of splitting soul successfully transformed into the third level and became even stronger. Chumu was not in a hurry to split it. Instead, he tempered the second wheel of splitting soul to the third level. He continued tempering until both halves of the wheel of splitting soul were at the peak of the third level. The second split, the third level of the wheel of splitting soul, had 3 halves. Chumu only needed to split one of them. He had already done it once, so he was more familiar with it the second time. After splitting it, Chumu continued to temper the 2 halves of the wheel of splitting soul until they were at the peak of the third level. Around his primordial spirit were 3 peak-level primordial spirits. It was extremely terrifying. The Wheel of Splitting Soul was a terrifying primordial spirit attack secret technique. Even at the same level, it was more powerful than the Soul Piercer. Therefore, there was only one level 3 Soul Piercer, while there were 3 level 3 Wheels of Splitting Soul. The power of each wheel was not inferior to a soul piercer of the same level. If Chumu had faced the third emissary of the warlord sect and cultivated the wheel of splitting soul instead of the soul piercer, Chumu's primordial spirit defense secret technique would have only been able to block 2 of the wheel of splitting soul. He definitely would not have been able to block the third wheel, and his primordial spirit would have been torn apart. Continuous cultivation and continuous recovery allowed Chumu's primordial spirit to become purer, stronger, and more solid. It was extremely beneficial for him to reach the 4th level of the primordial spirit in the future. Following that, Chumu began to attempt to cultivate the 4th level of the Wheel of Splitting Soul. Chumu's primordial spirit was only at the peak of the 3rd rank. Although it was comparable to a 4th rank primordial spirit in terms of quantity, and could even cultivate the 4th ring of the Rainbow Ring, at the same rank, the cultivation of the Splitting Soul was several times more difficult than the Rainbow Ring. After trying for a few months, Chumu had no choice but to give up temporarily and focus on comprehending the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 1613. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 100 years in the secret realm. The time flow was 30,000 times faster. Therefore, even though Chumu and the others felt that a few decades had passed in the secret realm, it was only half a day in the outside world. For experts like them, if it had been a few decades, they might have left immediately instead of waiting here. However, a mere half a day was nothing to them. They were even discussing how much stronger each of the 10 selected geniuses would be after they left the 100-year secret realm. Who would have the greatest improvement? The young prince should have the greatest improvement, followed by the true Sword Marquis. Not necessarily. I think the true Sword Marquis has the greatest improvement. Everyone had their own views and opinions. Brother, what do you think? The Azure Wave Emperor had been silent all this while. Now he spoke to the Hermit King. The moment he spoke, everyone else shut up. Jingting's talent is the best in the dynasty. He's an eternal monster. The secret realm is definitely a great opportunity for him. His strength will definitely increase greatly. King Qingyinwang said, I think that when the time comes, he might be able to barely fight against an ordinary 6-star martial saint at the peak of the 3-star martial saint level. The Azure Wave Emperor nodded. This was also his opinion. To those with mediocre talent, the 100-year secret realm was not very useful. Their improvement would be limited. However, to those with extraordinary talent, it was an extremely rare opportunity. It was enough to cause a huge change in their strength. Based on their estimation, Huyen Jingting's improvement from fighting against a 5-star saint to a 6-star saint didn't sound like a big difference. However, the difference in strength was more than 10 times. Under the situation where his cultivation base didn't increase significantly, his strength increased by 10 times. This kind of improvement was undoubtedly shocking. It was equivalent to laying down a more solid foundation and possessing more shocking potential. However, I still feel that the true sword Marquis's improvement will be even greater. The Hermit King said. The Azure Wave Emperor didn't say anything. No one knew what he meant. The Emperor's thoughts were unpredictable. I'm already at the peak of the third celestial layer. This isn't a good place to break through. However, my strength has increased by at least 5 times in the past few decades. Huyan Jingxiong laughed heartily. There's still a few decades left. I'll definitely be able to master that secret technique. When that time comes, Chu Mu, I'll let you know that you, the true sword Marquis, are nothing more than a dog's fart. And Huyan Jingting, I'll also ruthlessly trample you beneath my feet. It had to be said that Huyan Jingxiong was truly a genius. After dozens of years of cultivation, his cultivation base had only risen to the peak of the third heaven. That didn't have much of an effect on his strength. However, he had made progress in other areas, making him 5 times stronger than before. A 5-fold increase in strength was enough for him to kill his original self. With the exception of Huyan Jingxiong, the other geniuses were all progressing rapidly. Their strength had increased exponentially, and they were getting stronger and stronger. The waterfall was still the same waterfall. Even after a few decades, millions of pounds of water still poured down in a crazy manner, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying momentum. Countless splashes of water spread out in all directions from the huge pool. Chu Mu suddenly leaped, turning into a ray of light that shot towards the waterfall. In the blink of an eye, he was under the waterfall. His speed was very, very fast, even faster than the speed of the falling waterfall. Therefore, he quickly entered the waterfall. In an instant, the waterfall seemed to have stopped flowing. In fact, it didn't. It was just a kind of visual deception, because the relative difference in speed was too obvious. In just an instant, millions of pounds of water poured down, crashing onto Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu drew his sword. Both swords moved in a strange manner, one moving forward and one moving backward. Following that, vortexes appeared under the swords. Each sword had 3 vortexes. These vortexes were black, like black holes that emitted heart-palpitating fluctuations. Under the 6 black vortexes, the falling waterfall didn't hit Chu Mu. Instead, it all poured into the 6 vortexes. The 6 black vortexes only lasted for 3 breaths of time before collapsing. Chu Mu took advantage of that moment to quickly retreat, escaping the attack of the waterfall. Not bad. The duration has increased by 1 breath. However, it's still not perfect, Chu Mu thought to himself. This move was a defensive sword move that he had created himself. It was a defensive sword move that he had created after combining the essence of the Akalanatha sword move and the Thousand Willow sword move. After several decades of hard work, he had continuously improved his accumulation and comprehension of sword techniques before creating this defensive sword move. Chu Mu named this defensive sword move the 6 Dao sword move. However, this defensive sword move wasn't perfect. This was because Chu Mu discovered that this sword move could be even stronger as he continued to perfect it. Although he didn't deliberately cultivate the divine wilderness sword origin, Chu Mu's cultivation was no longer at the early stage of the first sky of the Aeon. He had just entered the late stage. This was under the condition that he didn't take the initiative to cultivate. If he had spent most of the time cultivating the sword origin, his cultivation would probably be at the mid-stage of the second sky of the Aeon. After a few decades, his primordial spirit was still stuck at the peak of the 3rd level. It was as if it had fallen into a bottleneck. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry, nor did he deliberately force it. He would occasionally cultivate the Hanging Moon's secret technique and release the soul-splitting wheel to exhaust his primordial spirit. Therefore, even though he hadn't broken through, Chu Mu's primordial spirit was becoming more and more solid and condensed. There was a faint trace of bronze in the black luster around his primordial spirit. It seems like my primordial spirit can't break through here, I don't need to deliberately cultivate my cultivation either. Chu Mu stood by the pool and looked at the falling waterfall. He secretly thought about the next few decades of cultivation. Next, I'll continue to comprehend the sword universe and further perfect the 3 sword moves I created. In addition, I'll need to cultivate a new sword move. Cultivating a new sword move naturally required mastering other attacking methods. Currently, the cloud-piercing sword move was stabbing, the Dao beheading sword move was slashing, and the 6 Dao sword move was defending. Chu Mu felt that he needed a long-range attacking sword move. This way, he would be more flexible in battle. There were a total of 3 long-range attacking sword moves that he had comprehended in the forest of 10,000 sword steels. The first move was called the Storm Sword move. It was a very simple name. Once the sword was out, a terrifying sword chi would immediately form a storm in front of it. It was crazily strangling, and its power was astonishing. The length of the distance was completely controlled by the user and was closely related to the user's own ability. The second move was called the One-Line Sky Sword move. When the sword was out, all the power would condense into a line. It was like the line that connected the sky and the water. It stretched endlessly horizontally and was difficult to dodge. It had a terrifying cutting power. The third move was called the Sky Cutting Sword move. It didn't have a large range like the Storm Sword move, nor did it stretch endlessly horizontally like the One-Line Sky. It was just a sword light that was extremely condensed. The sword light was a hole, rotating at high speed and constantly cutting. After it was shot out and hit the target, it would produce a terrifying cutting power. Before he started cultivating, Chu Mu first did a series of analysis. These 3 long-range attacking sword moves, or sword chi attacking sword moves, each had its own characteristics. The Storm Sword style was good at AoE attacks. It covered a certain area and destroyed everything within the area. The Single-Line Sky Sword style was good at AoE attacks, but it could also be a single target attack. This was because when the sword light passed by, it would extend infinitely horizontally. It was as if the sky and water were one. The last Sky Sword style was purely a single target attack. Among them, the Storm Sword move's direct killing power should be the weakest. The One-Line Sky Sword move's killing power was in the middle, and the Sky Cutting Sword move's killing power was the strongest. Chu Mu didn't cultivate it directly. The reason he wanted to cultivate these 3 sword moves, other than mastering the sword chi attack, was mainly to create a sword chi attacking sword move that was suitable for himself. And he had never been good at sword chi attacking and didn't have much accumulation. Therefore, he could only start from these 3 sword moves and master their essence. Like the other sword moves, based on the true meaning of stab, true meaning of slash, and true meaning of defense, they all made the sword move have extraordinary power. Then, what about this sword chi attacking sword move? What kind of true meaning was supporting it? Chu Mu comprehended these 3 sword moves and also the sword universe. The 2 reflected each other. As time passed, Chu Mu almost fully comprehended the 3 sword chi attacking sword moves. At the same time, he also comprehended a new true meaning after combining it with the sword universe. It was a true meaning that was suitable for sword chi attacking. It was called the true meaning of sword chi. Whether it was the true meaning of stab, true meaning of slash, or true meaning of sword defense, they were only suitable for close combat sword moves. The sword chi attacking sword moves belonged to the long-range attacking sword moves. Only the true meaning of sword chi was suitable. After setting his goal, Chu Mu immediately started cultivating. The first move was the Storm Sword move. Because he had already comprehended it, it wasn't difficult to cultivate it. Soon he was familiar with it. With a swing of his sword, a sword chi shot out and exploded dozens of meters away. It turned into countless sword chi and rotated at a high speed with an invisible center. The incomparably sharp sword chi crazily cut, forming a storm with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The storm seemed to be able to destroy everything. It twisted crazily, wanting to tear and shatter everything in it. Before the storm disappeared, Chu Mu swung his sword again. After the sword chi shot out, it exploded again, turning into countless sword chi that scattered and rotated again, forming a storm. Sword chi continued to shoot out. The storm, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, appeared one after another and disappeared one after another. Under the diligent cultivation, time flew. Chapter 16:14. In the outside world, there were 24 hours in a day. Now, more than 18 hours had passed. In another 4 hours, an entire day would have passed. Within the 100-year mystic realm, 70 to 80 years had passed. There were still about 20 years left before the 100-year limit was reached. At the huge waterfall, the sound of water was still there. It rumbled like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. The force of millions of kilograms was enough to shatter everything. Beside the huge pool, there was no sign of Chu Mu. Taking a closer look, there seemed to be a figure in the huge waterfall. He was standing on a huge rock under the waterfall. He was naked and allowed the falling waterfall to hit him, resisting the force of millions of kilograms. Chu Mu was using the most primitive method to temper his divine body. Strictly speaking, Chu Mu belonged to the category of cultivators who cultivated Yuan Qi, divine body, and primordial spirit. At present, he had suitable Yuan Qi cultivation techniques and primordial spirit cultivation techniques. He only lacked the divine body cultivation techniques, which caused his divine body to be unable to improve. The current environment was not bad. 100 years in the mystic realm was equivalent to 100 years of closed-door cultivation. In theory, if one specialized in one of them, they would obtain an unimaginable improvement. However, the actual cultivation was not like that. After cultivating one of them for a period of time, one would reach a bottleneck. If one continued to cultivate, not only would one not be able to break through, it would also make one feel tired and annoyed. It would be even more disadvantageous. At this time, one had to temporarily give up and switch to other cultivation. Different cultivation contents had to be alternated and combined. Only then would one be able to keep advancing bravely. Chu Mu deeply understood this point. Therefore, he would not deliberately cultivate the divine wilderness sword essence. Instead, he would alternate in the cultivation of sword techniques, creation, comprehension of the sword universe, application of Yuan Qi secret techniques, tempering of the divine body, and other aspects. Of course, if it was used to transform the power of laws into the power of laws, it might be very fast in the beginning, but as more power of heaven and earth was transformed, the speed would slow down and the difficulty would increase. At that time, 100 years might not be enough to transform one of the power of laws into the power of laws. Therefore, no one would deliberately spend 100 years on the transformation of their rule force. At most, they would spend 10 to 20 to 30 years transforming one or two types of rule force. Chu Mu did not have such a choice. The more he cultivated, the more he delved into the ancient sword doctrine. Chu Mu increasingly felt that the power of heaven and earth did not seem to be a necessity for the sword doctrine. It seemed to be dispensable. He did not know if this was an illusion or if it was real. After all, from the moment he started cultivating until now, all the inheritances and knowledge he had received were filled with the application of the power of heaven and earth and the combination of sword techniques. The two seemed to be a complete and inseparable whole. Moreover, now, Chu Mu's sword techniques did indeed need to be integrated with the power of heaven and earth in order to fully unleash its power and become more powerful. Fortunately, Chu Mu's self-created sword technique was different from the sword techniques he had cultivated before. There was no fixed need to use the power of heaven and earth. In other words, the three types of power of laws that he had mastered could be integrated into his self-created sword technique. The huge impact of the waterfall, which weighed millions of pounds, constantly impacted Chu Mu's body. Every inch of his skin and every muscle was under a heavy burden from the impact of the terrifying power. Chu Mu controlled every muscle in his body to vibrate at a high frequency in the way of vibration to resist the huge impact of the waterfall. He also used this huge impact to refine his muscles and skin, and carried the impact into his body to refine his blood, bones, and internal organs, and so on. Chu Mu was only at the third level of vibration power, which was the level of earthquake energy. With his current strength, earthquake energy could not be of much help to him unless he was promoted to the level of Zhen Tian force. However, it was not easy to upgrade from earthquake energy to Zhen Tian force. On the contrary, it was very difficult. Chu Mu did not have anyone to follow the path of his predecessors. He had no experience to refer to and no one to guide him. He could only rely on his own comprehension and continuous exploration. He did not know how much time he would need to spend to upgrade earthquake energy to the more powerful Zhen Tian force. He had cultivated too much, and there were too many abilities that needed to be upgraded. However, time was limited. Chu Mu could only temporarily make some choices. He chose to focus on the aspects that could increase his strength more intuitively and quickly, like earthquake energy, which required a large amount of time and energy to cultivate and explore. He did not know when he would be able to improve it. He could only temporarily put it aside. Although earthquake energy was not enough to deal with a saint-level expert, it could still be used to refine his body. Every muscle was vibrating, resisting, and reacting. It caused every part of his body to vibrate, and in the midst of the vibrations it was refined and improved. When Chu Mu felt that every part of his body was sore, he stopped cultivating. With a boom, he rushed out of the waterfall. In mid-air, the starry robe had already covered his entire body. Landing on the ground, he operated the divine wilderness sword essence to relieve the soreness of his body. After recovering, he drew his sword and swung it. Sword chi shot out and exploded. Countless fragments of sword chi spread out, covering an area of 100 meters. With an invisible center, it formed a storm of sword chi, twisting crazily. It could tear everything within the storm to shreds. From the initial diameter of 12 meters to the current diameter of 100 meters, whether it was the area of coverage or the lethality, it had increased by leaps and bounds. But this was not enough. It could be even more powerful. After the storm sword style, Chu Mu retracted his sword and concentrated on accumulating power. Shortly after, a sharp glint flashed through his eyes, and he slashed forward with his sword. A formless sword light violently shot out and rapidly extended, becoming a finger-thick white sword light. It was as if the sky and the water were connected. There was no beginning or end, but it was as if it was a whole entity. Skyline sword style. Chu Mu had cultivated this move for a long time and had grasped the essence of it. The white sword light, as thick as a finger, cut the huge waterfall. In an instant, a shocking scene appeared. The huge waterfall was cut by the white sword light as thick as a finger, but the impact of millions of pounds was still very strong. The power of the skyline sword style was not enough and could not be fully displayed. Therefore, it only lasted for 2 breaths of time. This was also due to the eternal sword intent. 2 breaths of time seemed very short, but this huge waterfall had a terrifying power. Every time it flowed down, it would be millions of pounds. Under the bombardment, it would not be able to last for long. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu lightly flicked his wrist. With a light flick of the sword tip, all of Chu Mu's strength, under the control of the eternal sword intent, was poured into the sword body, all the way to the sword tip. With a light flick of the sword tip, the condensed energy transformed into a half-meter-long sword ray. Like a crescent moon, it shot out at an extremely fast speed. If one used a strong enough spiritual power to cover it, one would notice that the sword light was flowing, constantly flowing, forming a complete cycle, just like a chainsaw. With a soft sound and a flash, the new moon-like sword light instantly broke through a large number of waterfalls and shot deep into the mountain wall behind the waterfall. The mountain wall behind the waterfall had been washed by the water of the waterfall for many years and had become very hard. Ordinary attacks would not be able to damage it at all. However, under the new moon sword aura, it was constantly being cut, as fragile as tofu. Chu Mu's spiritual power ignored the obstruction of the waterfall and saw the crevice cut by the new moon-like sword light. It was a few meters deep. He continuously cultivated the hurricane sword style, one-line sky sword style, and sky-slicing sword style until the divine wilderness sword spirit was exhausted. Only then did he take out an essence core to recover the sword spirit. And the sword spirit was also tempered and improved slightly during this recovery. As he comprehended, the mysteries of the sword universe were displayed in Chu Mu's mind at a deeper level. And Chu Mu also realized that the sword universe was really a vast and endless world. No matter how he tried to comprehend it, he could not completely comprehend it. The perfection of the three self-created sword styles, the cultivation of the three sword chi offensive sword styles, the comprehension of the true meaning of sword chi, the tempering of the divine body, the comprehension of the sword universe, the trial of the Yuan spirit secret technique, the research of the Zhen Tian force, the comprehension of the essence of sword techniques, the deeper mastery of sword principles, etc., were all within the scope of Chu Mu's cultivation, alternating. Under this alternation, Chu Mu's cultivation became more efficient. It was not to the point where he could not improve in one aspect, but had no other way to cultivate and could only waste time. Year after year passed. Chu Mu finally grasped the essence of the three sword chi offensive sword styles and derived his own understanding. Then he comprehended the true meaning of sword chi. At this time he began to create his own sword chi offensive sword style. It was more difficult. The hurricane sword style was a group attack, the one-line sky sword style was a horizontal attack, and the sky slicing sword style was a single target attack. Chu Mu had to make a choice. This was not like the three sword styles of the stab formula. A group attack and a single target attack were originally two different methods. His cultivation had improved. His divine body had become stronger, his primordial spirit had become more condensed, and his attainments in swordsmanship had become more profound. His swordsmanship had also become more perfect. Everything was progressing in the best direction. Unconsciously, Chu Mu also found that the time seemed to be almost up. There were only a few days left in the 100 years in the secret realm. Chu Mu was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he stood under the impact of the waterfall, calmed his mind and focused, and recalled the process of nearly 100 years of cultivation. He made a conclusion. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years in the secret realm also passed. Chapter 1615. Time's up. Different voices, but the same content, rang out inside and outside the secret realm. The Azure Water Emperor and the others stared at the entrance of the 100-year secret territory. Silhouettes appeared one after another. They were the 10 geniuses. They weren't willing to come out. In fact, after tasting the benefits, they wanted to continue staying in the secret territory. Unfortunately, once the 100-year time limit was up, the secret territory's energy seemed to have been exhausted. Moreover, there was a force that started to repel them, growing stronger and stronger. They had no choice but to leave. As soon as they left the secret territory, they saw the people in the valley outside. The 10 geniuses felt as though they had been separated for a lifetime. To ordinary people, 100 years was a cycle of life and death. It was as though they had been separated for a lifetime. The Kanglan Emperor, Hermit King, and the others were carefully sizing up the 10 geniuses. Indeed, the spirits of the 10 geniuses were different from before. It was very obvious that their cultivation bases had also improved. Other than Chu Mu, the other 9 geniuses' cultivation bases had all reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Moreover, they hadn't just reached it. They had been there for a long time and were very stable. As for Huyen Jingting, his cultivation base was originally at the peak of the third heavenly layer. Although he was still at the peak of the third heavenly layer, there was an unfathomable aura about him that was even more shocking than the other 8-peak third heavenly layer experts. Chu Mu's cultivation base had risen from the early first heavenly layer to the peak of the first heavenly layer. One had to admit that it was too inefficient to rise from the early first heavenly layer to the peak of the first heavenly layer in 100 years. However, no one mocked him because they knew that the purpose of entering the 100-year secret territory wasn't to raise one's cultivation base. The 100-year secret territory would only open once every few hundred years. The next time it opened would be a few hundred years later. At that time, Chu Mu and the other geniuses' cultivation bases would definitely exceed the third heavenly layer. They wouldn't have the chance to enter again. Since the 100-year secret territory had closed, there was no need to continue staying here. They would return to where they came from. Chu Mu, I'll be waiting for you at the Battle Emperor Hall 3 days later. Before Huyen Jingxiong left, he spoke to Chu Mu. His tone was cold as he said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are a noble personally appointed by His Majesty. However, I will make you understand that, as an outsider, you should abide by the rules within the imperial capital. Otherwise, your end will be miserable." The Azure Water Emperor, Hermit King, and the others didn't stop or berate Huyen Jingxiong. Instead, they were very indifferent. "I hope you're not bragging," Chu Mu said indifferently. Huyen Jingting glanced at Chu Mu, but didn't say anything. True Sword Marquis don't get defeated. Wen Cheng walked over and smiled. "Don't worry," Chu Mu said with a smile. Wen Cheng had only challenged him previously and had no ill intentions. Chu Mu naturally wouldn't treat people who had no ill intentions towards him coldly. Everyone left the valley. Chu Mu returned to the True Sword Marquis Manor. He actually didn't care about the battle 3 days later. However, Chu Mu planned to use these 3 days to break through his cultivation base. In the 100 years in the 100-year secret realm, Chu Mu had never purposely cultivated the divine, desolate sword art, nor had he purposely raised his cultivation. However, after the sword origin was used up time and time again, his cultivation had unknowingly increased. Every increase was very small, but after countless times of exhaustion and recovery, the extent of the increase was very impressive. Moreover, this kind of increase after exhaustion was much purer than the sword energy obtained through direct cultivation. He started to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation base before preparing to break through to the second level of the Aeon Realm. Once he successfully broke through to the second level of the Aeon Realm, he would enter the 2-star Saint Realm. His strength would increase by quite a bit. Like Chu Mu, the other 9 geniuses didn't rest or enjoy themselves when they returned. Instead, they went into seclusion to consolidate their cultivation base before breaking through to the next level. The difference between them and Chu Mu was that Chu Mu wanted to break through to the second level of the Aeon Realm, while they wanted to break through to the 4th level of the Aeon Realm. The second level of the Aeon Realm was a low-level Saint Realm, while the 4th level of the Aeon Realm was a mid-level Saint Realm. There wasn't only a difference between the 2 levels, but also a difference between levels. For geniuses, this kind of leap in level meant that the gap between them was even greater. Within the entire imperial capital, everyone was talking about the opening and closing of the 100-year mystery realm, and how much the strength of the 10 geniuses who had entered the 100-year mystery realm had increased. Finally, the topic of discussion was the upcoming battle. Huyen Jingxiong challenged the True Sword Marquis Chu Mu. This was the biggest topic of discussion and the most eye-catching one. Many people in the imperial capital knew Huyen Jingxiong's name, and many of them thought highly of him. "Young Marquis, the True Sword Marquis, good days are coming to an end." Inside a restaurant, someone said to Huyen Jingjie, "That damn Chu Mu. He caused my mind to be wounded, and it took me until now to recover." Huyen Jingjie's eyes flashed with a cold glint This time my cousin will make him pay the price. I heard that after leaving the secret realm, young Marquis Zhengxiong's cultivation base reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Aeon realm. He must have improved in other aspects as well, now that he's about to break through to the 4th level of the Aeon realm. He'll definitely be able to teach the arrogant true sword Marquis a lesson. He'll know that as an outsider he should abide by the rules. Well said. Huyan Jingjie looked at the person who spoke with admiration. The next day in the imperial capital there were 10 different locations. Intense energy fluctuations were emitted from them, and their auras grew stronger and stronger. One of them was the strongest, 8 were stronger, and 1 was the weakest. They're about to break through. Those who knew about it said one after another. In the true sword Marquis manner, Chu Mu's aura rose steadily. It was as sharp as a sword, and it was extremely shocking. It was like a heavenly sword that could shatter the dome of heaven. After a day of consolidation, Chu Mu began to break through to the 2nd level of the Aeon realm. Breaking through to the Aeon realm was different from breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Every breakthrough in the Nirvana realm was a nirvana, from the initial nirvana of the body, to the nirvana of the dantian, and finally to the nirvana of the soul, from the outside to the inside, from shallow to deep. Therefore, every breakthrough would take a long time. The Aeon realm was different. When a cultivator broke through to the Aeon realm, they would possess a primordial spirit and a saint body. After that, there would be 3 different cultivation paths. Cultivation belonged to the Yuan Qi cultivation path. The increase in the Yuan Qi cultivation path would affect the saint body path and the Yuan Qi cultivation path, but the effect would be small. Therefore, the increase in the Yuan Qi cultivation path was only a transformation and strengthening of the Yuan Qi. It wouldn't be as complicated as the Nirvana realm, where it would affect the body, dantian, and even the soul. A large amount of Yuan Qi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and was constantly absorbed by Chu Mu. Above the true sword Marquis manner, a large amount of Yuan Qi of heaven and earth gathered into the shape of a giant funnel. A large amount of pure Yuan Qi of heaven and earth poured into Chu Mu's body and was absorbed by him. The efficiency was extremely shocking. Even an ordinary mid-level saint expert couldn't compare to Chu Mu. The Yuan Qi flowed through his meridians. Chu Mu's saint body was strong, and his meridians were tough. He could withstand the continuous impact of the Yuan Qi. Under his guidance, the Yuan Qi entered his dantian and into the sword origin lake. No, it wasn't a lake anymore. It was a sea formed by the divine wilderness sword origin. Too slow, Chu Mu thought. At this speed, it would take at least a few days to complete the qualitative change of the divine wilderness sword origin and fill it up. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day, and the day after tomorrow would be the 4th day. The 4th day would be the day of the battle with Huyan Jingxiong. Although Chu Mu didn't take Huyan Jingxiong seriously, if he didn't go, all kinds of attacks would come. He didn't care, but the true sword sect couldn't be discredited. He took out a large amount of pure yang stones and placed them around. The energy within the pure yang stones was immediately guided out, turning into streaks of pure yang red. They quickly spread towards Chu Mu and entered Chu Mu's body to be absorbed by him. With the addition of the pure yang stones, the divine wilderness sword origin in Chu Mu's body changed faster and accumulated faster. The other 9 people also used the same method. Although the breakthrough to the eternal realm wasn't that complicated, it took a lot of time to absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth and transform it into Yuan Qi. The stronger the cultivation, the more Yuan Qi of heaven and earth one would need. Under Chu Mu's absorption, the color of the pure yang stones quickly faded and their size became smaller. This meant that the energy within was rapidly decreasing. On the 3rd day, the pure yang stones had almost turned grayish-white and their size had shrunk by more than half. They looked very fragile, like weathered rocks. Under normal circumstances, the absorption speed wouldn't be able to reach such a level. At most, it would be 1%. The yuan qi of heaven and earth and the sky also gradually dispersed. This meant that Chu Mu's breakthrough was complete. The same scene happened in the other 9 places. One by one, they successfully broke through, but they didn't stop. Breaking through was one thing, and adapting to the cultivation after the breakthrough was another. On the 3rd day, many people in the imperial capital had their hearts in their mouths. They all knew that in the next night, there would be a battle in the Battle Emperor Hall. It was a battle that everyone imagined would be very exciting. Many people felt that it was a pity that they couldn't personally go to the Battle Emperor Hall to take a look. They could only wait for the battle to end and hear the news from others. Chapter 1616. In the royal palace, there were many side halls. Some of the more famous ones were the Music Emperor Hall, the Fierce Emperor Hall, the Grand Emperor Hall, the Battle Emperor Hall, etc. Different halls had different uses. The Battle Emperor Hall was a hall that was specially used for battles. Of course, not everyone had the qualifications to enter the Battle Emperor Hall. Only those who belonged to the upper echelons of the empire could enter. Moreover, they had to be true geniuses. The Battle Emperor Hall was extremely large, several times larger than the Music Emperor Hall. Its architectural style was also different from the Music Emperor Hall. There were no walls on all sides, making it easier for spectators to watch the battles. Accompanied by the Hermit King, Chu Mu arrived at the Battle Emperor Hall and stepped onto the Battle Emperor stage. The Battle Emperor stage was a square platform that was 1,000 meters long and wide. There were 4 gigantic pillars with coiling dragons at each corner. The coiling dragons were golden in color and looked extremely lifelike, containing mysterious fluctuations of energy. Chu Mu said something to the Hermit King and stepped onto the Battle Emperor stage. People continuously came and sat on the seats around the Battle Emperor stage. He's the true Sword Marquis, Chu Mu. How young? He's only at the early 2nd heavenly layer. When he was at the early 1st heavenly layer, he could already kill 4-star saints. Now that he's at the early 2nd heavenly layer and came out from the 100-year secret realm, he's definitely stronger. Only a small portion of the people who came to the Battle Emperor Hall recognized Chu Mu. The majority had only heard of his name and had never seen him before. Young Marquis, he's Chu Mu. I've seen his portrait before, Huyan Jingjie said, staring at Chu Mu with a sinister look in his eyes. Traces of killing intent flickered in and out of his eyes. With his status, people had always tried to curry favor with him. There had never been anyone who could bring him such humiliation. Hence, he harbored enmity towards Chu Mu, a deep enmity. He wanted nothing more than to personally kill Chu Mu. Time passed slowly. Chu Mu stood on the Battle Emperor platform, his eyes closed. He didn't pay any attention to the outside world. He calmed his heart and focused his mind, waiting for Huyan Jingxiong to arrive. It was as if Huyan Jingxiong was intentionally stalling for time. An hour passed, but Huyan Jingxiong still hadn't appeared. Everyone began to feel impatient, but Chu Mu's expression didn't change in the slightest. After a quarter of an hour, Huyan Jingxiong finally arrived. The other geniuses arrived too. As geniuses who were qualified to enter the 100-year secret realm, they also wanted to see how much progress the others had made. They wanted to see what was so special about this person who had been conferred the title of Marquis when he was only a 1-star saint. Huyan Jingxiong appeared on the Battle Emperor stage and looked at Chu Mu with a cold smile. You came quite early. Are you itching to be taught a lesson by me? Since you're here, let's begin. Chu Mu opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and clear. He wasn't angered by Huyan Jingxiong's slow arrival and provocative words, because there was no need to. Very good. Draw your sword. Let me see how the sword skills of the so-called sect leader of a sword cultivation sect are, Huyan Jingxiong said confidently. Just as Huyan Jingxiong had some understanding of Chu Mu also had some understanding of Huyan Jingxiong. Huyan Jingxiong wasn't a sword cultivator. In fact, he hadn't even practiced any sword skills. From the beginning until now, he had only practiced spells. His talent was outstanding, so his spells were very powerful. But so what? Chumu opened his right hand, and a ball of flame jumped out. It burned and stretched, forming a sword. It was the blazing Glory Spirit Sword. It emitted a scorching aura, and the surrounding air seemed to be ignited. The temperature rapidly rose. With a light shake, a fiery red sword light shot out. It was extremely fast and carried a tyrannical force as it shot towards Huyen Jingxiong. The power isn't bad. It's enough to threaten a 3-star Saint Realm expert. However, this isn't your true strength, right? As Huyen Jingxiong spoke, he raised his hand. He extended his index finger and lightly pointed. A cyan light shot out and instantly struck the fiery red sword light, shattering it. After shattering the sword light, the green light continued shooting towards Chu Mu at high speed. Chu Mu waved his sword, and the green light was shattered. This was just a probing attack. The two of them had some understanding of each other, but this understanding only existed on the surface. It wasn't deep enough. Chu Mu's intention was to use his opponent to familiarize himself with his cultivation base. After all, he had just broken through and hadn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. He also didn't have a suitable cultivation base to strengthen it. A battle was undoubtedly a good way to familiarize himself. His opponent was also a rare genius. He should be qualified to be a training partner. If Huyen Jingxiong knew what Chu Mu was thinking, he would probably go crazy from anger. Sword cultivators usually specialize in close-range combat. In terms of long-range combat, they're generally inferior to sword cultivators. A genius said, "According to the information we have, Chu Mu's previous battles were all close-range combat. Clearly, he's only good at close-range combat. He doesn't have much control over long-range combat. This time he's bound to lose. Let's watch carefully. Let's see how the true Sword Marquis will deal with this. If he loses all his face, he won't dare to continue staying here. He'll definitely leave with his tail between his legs and never enter the capital again." While everyone was discussing, only Huyen Jingting remained silent. Originally, he hadn't planned to come. Someone like Huyen Jingxiong was nothing in his eyes. Even if he hadn't entered the 100-year secret realm, and Huyen Jingxiong had entered the 100-year secret realm, he still wouldn't care about Huyen Jingxiong. The difference between their levels wasn't something that could be made up for so easily. His purpose for coming was Chu Mu, this so-called sect master of the sword cultivation sect, who was said to be able to instantly kill a 4-star martial saint as a 1-star martial saint, was the sword saint who was known as the Eternal Prodigy. That was his true target. He wanted to see for himself whether it was true or not. If it was true, then he would be qualified to draw his sword and fight. Geniuses were always lonely. The more talented they were, the lonelier they were, because the fewer friends they had, the fewer opponents they had. Compared to friends, Huyen Jingting hoped to have an opponent, a strong opponent who could compete with him. The battle between Chu Mu and Huyen Jingxiong had truly begun. Huyen Jingxiong was a spell cultivator and was best at using spells. He also knew that Chu Mu was a sword cultivator who specialized in close-range combat. Therefore, as long as he couldn't get close to him, his opponent wouldn't be able to display his true strength. Huyen Jingxiong knew that his own strength was very strong, but he wouldn't underestimate Chu Mu. After all, there were many rumors about Chu Mu. Although they were all hearsay and he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, there were always some that were true. Huyen Jingxiong's 10 fingers continuously shot out. Rays of cyan-colored light with astonishing sharpness violently shot towards Chu Mu. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky and covered the earth. There were practically no blind spots. With a sword in hand, Chu Mu drew a circle in front of him. The inner part of the circle carried traces of black, creating a suction force that directly sucked in the cyan light that shot over, causing it to be unable to deal any damage to Chu Mu. What sword technique is this? Huyen Jingting's eyes narrowed. He was a powerful sword saint and could see that Chu Mu's move wasn't very strong, but it was very mysterious and had an indescribable feeling. What an exquisite sword technique! The iron sword of Gojoseon's eyesight was even better than Huyen Jingting's. He could see that Chu Mu's sword technique wasn't very powerful. In fact, it was a kind of specious sword technique. Huyen Jingxiong didn't stop attacking. He kept using magical techniques. Since the green light didn't work, he changed to another magical technique. A fiery red light filled the sky and burned. Flames fell from the sky and quickly filled the entire Battle Emperor stage. Those flames had an incomparably high temperature. A 3-star saint would be burned to death under such high temperature. Chu Mu quickly approached Huyen Jingxiong. At the same time, he waved his sword and drew a circle again, absorbing part of the high-temperature flames. Huyen Jingxiong used all kinds of magical techniques to increase his speed. His eyesight sharpened and his reaction became more agile. He moved quickly and maintained a high speed to maintain a sufficient distance from Chu Mu. Soon after, Huyen Jingxiong used another magical technique. His afterimages split and scattered. It was difficult to tell which one was the real one. Chu Mu's speed exploded. His sword slashed, and one afterimage after another was destroyed by his sword. Huyen Jingxiong continued to use secret techniques to attack Chu Mu. Suddenly, the entire Battle Emperor stage was filled with wind, fire, thunder, ice, and all kinds of powerful energies. They carried a terrifying destructive power and attacked Chu Mu from all directions. Too strong. As expected of the number 1 magical technique user in the imperial capital, the number of magical techniques he has mastered is frightening. Up until now, he has executed more than 40 kinds of martial arts. The number 1 magical technique user in the imperial capital was precisely Huyen Jingxiong's title. This title came from the fact that he had mastered a lot of magical techniques. He was known as the number 1 magical technique user in the imperial capital. The true sword marquis isn't weak either. He allowed Huyen Jingxiong's magical techniques to attack him, but he didn't suffer any damage. Although Huyen Jingxiong has mastered a lot of magical techniques, if this continues, his origin energy will soon be exhausted. At that time, his strength will drop and he will be in danger. Chu Mu continued to close in on Huyen Jingxiong. Huyen Jingxiong kept moving, maintaining a distance from Chu Mu. Under the enhancement of various magical techniques, although his speed was not as fast as Chu Mu's, he was very agile. For a time, Chu Mu was unable to catch up. With a slash of his sword, rays of sword chi shot out and attacked Huyen Jingxiong from afar. Is this the long-range attack you have mastered? It's too weak. Huyen Jingxiong said, "All right, I'm done warming up. Next, I'll show you my true strength." That was just a warm-up? You must be kidding. That kind of magical technique is enough to threaten a 5-star saint. The true sword marquis is also very strong. Facing that kind of powerful magical technique, he seems to be able to handle it with ease. He's a 2-star saint. I think he really has the strength of a 5-star saint. With a low shout, Huyen Jingxiong's body seemed to explode with the sound of thunder. A powerful force exploded out. It was an incomparably tyrannical origin power, endless and limitless. This seemingly limitless qi caused the faces of some of the surrounding people to change greatly. Chapter 16-17. Boundless and vast yuan power undulations were unceasingly emitted from Huyen Jingxiong's body, spreading in all directions. Just like a tsunami, it filled the entire Battle Emperor stage. This vast and mighty origin energy gave off a feeling of limitless origin energy. He has mastered that secret technique. Limitless origin energy secret technique. Exclamations of surprise rang out, also reaching Chu Mu's ears. Limitless origin energy secret technique? Chu Mu thought to himself. The The name sounded ordinary, but the meaning behind it was extraordinary. The amount of origin energy in every cultivator's body was limited. Even if it was a peerless expert, even if it was a sage emperor, their origin energy was limited. It was just that compared to lower-level cultivators, their origin energy was much more and much stronger. Limitless origin energy was undoubtedly a very shocking concept. Limitless origin energy secret technique. When I use it, I will have limitless origin energy. Huyen Jingxiong roared. Under the effect of the limitless origin energy secret technique, he felt that his entire body was filled with incomparable power. That was origin energy, inexhaustible origin energy. It circled around his body, roaring, and was enough to tear and shatter everything. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my technique feast, Huyen Jingxiong said. Under the effect of the limitless origin energy secret technique, the limitless origin energy gave him immense confidence. He spread out his hands, and instantly, balls of white qi appeared around him. They spun at high speed, emitting shocking energy undulations. Go! With a wave of his hands, the head-sized balls of white qi bombarded Chu Mu like a violent meteor shower. They were densely packed and came from all directions, leaving no room for him to dodge. The power of each ball of white qi could easily crush a 4-star martial saint. Even a 5-star martial saint would not dare to underestimate it. Chu Mu's eyes reflected the countless balls of white qi. He could clearly feel the energy undulations from each ball of white qi. However, Chu Mu's expression did not change. He did not use the 6-path sword style to defend himself, because there was no need for it. These balls of qi seemed to be densely packed, leaving no room for him to dodge. But in reality, only a dozen of them could hit Chu Mu. Each ball of qi could crush a 4-star martial saint, but to Chu Mu it was not a threat. Even before he entered the 100-year secret realm, the power of these balls of qi was not enough to deal with him. He waved his sword lightly. It was only one sword, but it was directly swung out. Its trajectory was clearly visible. The sword light was tainted, and the dozen or so white gas balls that were bombarding Chu Mu were dispersed by that one sword. What an exquisite sword! Huyen Jingting's eyes lit up. It was as if flames were about to ignite within them. You think it is that simple? Huyen Jingxiong roared. Under his control, the other balls of qi changed their direction. With Chu Mu as the center, they exploded at an even faster speed and bombarded him. Chu Mu waved his sword. With himself as the center, he set up a sword-light barrier, blocking all the attacks of the balls of qi. They could not cause any harm to him, but the continuous explosions and terrifying power still shocked the spectators. However, Chu Mu, who was at the center of the explosions, was unharmed. Infinite thunder! Huyen Jingxiong roared. In the sky, countless flashes of lightning flashed. The terrifying power of thunder spread, making the spectators feel despair. Bolts of purple lightning struck down from the sky. Infinite ice seal! Huyen Jingxiong roared again. On the ground, countless ice spread rapidly, covering the entire battle emperor stage in the blink of an eye. A chilling aura filled the air, and even the air was about to freeze. Infinite storm! Huyen Jingxiong roared again. Countless gusts of wind whistled and gathered, forming a storm. The storm brought with it a terrifying killing power and bombarded Chu Mu. In an instant, Chu Mu was faced with the attack of 3 infinite spells. Many people stood up from the spectator stands, their faces full of shock. They had never seen such a scene before. It was incomparably violent and terrifying. Even a 5-star martial saint would be crushed into nothingness under such an attack. Even a 6-star martial saint would have to take it seriously. If they were not careful, they could be killed. Huyen Jingxiong's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. He looked at Huyen Jingxiong a little more seriously. Under the 3 infinite spells, the lightning, ice, and wind were endless. Huyen Jingxiong took a deep breath and activated the fourth spell. The flames in the sky spread out crazily and merged with the storm, forming a terrifying firestorm. Under the support of the infinite Yuan Qi, the spells that Huyen Jingxiong used all had the characteristic of infinite energy, and their energy was inexhaustible. At this moment, Huyen Jingxiong was too terrifying. He had the ability to fight against thousands of people by himself. Perhaps he might not be able to kill a 6-star martial saint quickly, but he could wear them down. He could even fight against dozens or even hundreds of 5-star martial saints by himself. This was because this was his advantage. Under the secret technique of unlimited Yuan force, he had an endless supply of energy that was inexhaustible. Huyen Jingxiong used another spell. Countless afterimages appeared on the Battle Emperor stage, making it impossible to lock onto Huyen Jingxiong's figure. Even if one knew which one was his real body, it would be difficult to capture it. This was because his real body could alternate between the countless afterimages. To a certain extent, this Huyen Jingxiong could be said to be in an invincible position, unless someone used absolute strength to suppress him. In his opinion, Chu Mu obviously did not possess any absolute strength that could suppress him. Under his infinite spells, Huyen Jingxiong would be in an extremely sorry state or even heavily injured. Of course, Huyen Jingxiong would not kill him. Not bad. I can use it to perfect my defensive sword technique. Chu Mu thought. With a wave of his sword, 6 vortexes appeared around him. The vortexes spun at high speed, producing a terrifying suction force that directly absorbed the spells that were bombarding him. They were unable to harm Chu Mu at all. What sword technique is that? What a powerful sword technique. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes lit up, especially those sword cultivators who focused on sword cultivation. Their eyes were wide open, and they were shocked by Chu Mu's defensive sword technique. The 6-da sword technique, a defensive sword technique, produced 6 vortexes that could absorb all attacks. However, there was a limit to this absorption. Under the endless bombardment of spells, the 6 vortexes reached their limit and collapsed. Chu Mu once again waved his sword and performed the 6-da sword technique. Huyen Jingxiong's attacks seemed endless and incomparably violent. However, that was only relative. To Chu Mu, Huyen Jingxiong's attacks could only be said to be temporarily infinite. The power was not strong enough, and it gave him enough time to deal with it. If Huyen Jingxiong's attacks were greatly increased, the absorption time of the 6-da sword technique would be shortened, and it would cause some trouble for Chu Mu. No matter how many spells Huyen Jingxiong cast, Chu Mu just stood there and performed the 6-da sword technique to absorb them. As he performed it over and over again, he found the shortcomings of the 6-da sword technique and improved them one by one. He's actually using his opponent's attacks to practice his sword. When the iron sword of Gojoseon discovered this, his eyes narrowed and his pupils contracted. He was secretly impressed. Soon, Huyen Jingting also discovered this, and a smile appeared on his face. The continuous bombardment lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Chu Mu was unharmed. On the contrary, the 6-da sword technique had been improved by a lot. In the 100-year hidden realm, he had created the 6-da sword technique. Although he had constantly improved it, it lacked actual combat experience. His improvement was limited. Now his accumulation was beginning to transform. Huyen Jingxiong's continuous attacks were unable to do anything to Chu Mu. His expression darkened as he could not maintain his unlimited Yuan-Li's secret technique for too long. As a noble personally appointed by His Majesty, do you only know how to defend? Huyen Jingxiong taunted as he attacked. Is this your strength? Is this your ability? Is this the reason you were made a noble? If you have the ability, come and defeat me. In his anger, Huyen Jingxiong's mentality was no longer as superior as before. He began to lose his balance. To a cultivator, the mentality was very important. Once the mentality was out of balance, it would be easy for problems to arise. Huyen Jingxiong continued to taunt Chu, but Chu remained unmoved. He continued to use the 6-dash sword technique to absorb the attacks and improve it further. Huyen Jingxiong stopped his attacks, preventing Chu from continuing to perfect the 6-dash sword technique. Lowly outsider, come and defeat me and prove your qualifications. Huyen Jingxiong's eyes were red as he spouted crazy words. This made everyone frown. Even the Hermit King showed an unhappy expression. He has the ability, but no corresponding mentality. The Iron Sword of Gojoseon shook his head and said regretfully, it was foreseeable that Huyen Jingxiong would no longer be valued as much as before. Come, I'm right here. Come and defeat me, coward. Huyen Jingxiong cursed. In a flash, Chu quickly approached Huyen Jingxiong. However, Huyen Jingxiong was moving rapidly. With the support of infinite Yuan energy, Chu could not catch up to him. Unable to catch up, Huyen Jingxiong became even more complacent and arrogant. Chu stopped. The crowd did not understand and thought that he had given up. Soon after, the sword in Chu hand dropped naturally. It was as if there was an invisible force gathering and spreading its aura. Huyen Jingxiong continued to taunt. His sharp voice was ear-piercing. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Chu. They saw Chu's sword move. It seemed to be swinging upwards, but it also seemed to be swinging forward. In an instant, Huyen Jingxiong felt as if he was being locked on. In his shock, he quickly released countless afterimages while his real body shuttled back and forth. The raised sword was silent and did not seem to change at all. However, a crack seemed to have appeared in the sky. Immediately, a white sword light that was as thick as a chopstick slashed down without a starting point or end point. Heaven Scar sword technique.